This is Reed Miles, coming to you live from what I like to call the last outpost of real journalism. It's 11 p.m. and you're listening to the Midnight Wire, where the stories too dangerous for daylight find their voice. For those just tuning in for the first time, I spent 15 years as the senior investigative correspondent at Global News Network before they decided my particular brand of truth-telling was bad for business. 3 years in exile on this little independent station, and here we are, still digging where they tell us not to dig. Tonight's broadcast is different. I've been hesitant to bring this to air. For the past 3 weeks, I've been piecing together fragments of what might be the most disturbing story I've encountered in my 20-year career. I need to be clear. What I'm about to share with you isn't confirmed by official sources. In fact, every official channel I've approached has either stonewalled me or issued the kind of denials that only make my journalist's instincts scream louder. It began with an encrypted file that appeared on an obscure forum called Dark Archive. For those unfamiliar, it's a digital gathering place for whistleblowers, conspiracy theorists, and occasionally people with genuine information that powerful institutions don't want disclosed. I have sources that monitor these spaces, not because I believe every wild theory, but because sometimes, just sometimes, the first threads of real stories emerge there. The file was labeled Red Sky Protocol and came with a message. The permafrost is melting. They're waking up. The world deserves to know. Initially, I dismissed it. In my line of work, you develop filters. But then I noticed something unusual. The post was being systematically scrubbed from the internet. Not just deleted, but professionally erased, with digital forensics showing signs of high-level government tools typically reserved for national security threats. That got my attention. Through back channels, I identified the source, a systems administrator at the Norwegian Polar Institute who disappeared 2 days after the leak. Not relocated, not fired, disappeared. No digital footprint, no financial activity, nothing. I've seen enough government cleanups to recognize the pattern. The file itself was heavily encrypted. It took my contact at the Electronic Frontier Foundation nearly a week to crack it. What emerged was a fragmented collection of documents, video logs, and research notes dating back to 1978. They detailed something called Project Laban, a classified NATO expedition to an unmapped region of the Arctic Circle, following unusual radiation readings detected by early warning systems. Now I need to pause here and provide some context. Many of you know I don't come to these stories as an objective observer. My brother, Dr. Marcus Miles, was a military scientist specializing in extreme environment pathogens. In December of 1978, I received a cryptic call from him while he was supposedly on assignment in Greenland. He sounded terrified. He mentioned something about finding it, and that everything we thought we knew was wrong. That was the last time I ever heard from him. The official statement, equipment failure, led to the deaths of all expedition members. No bodies were ever returned. No memorial service was permitted. For 47 years, I've carried that wound. For 47 years, I've been searching for answers. And now this file lands on my desk with a timestamp that matches the exact week my brother vanished. The logs begin conventionally enough, standard military documentation of the expedition team's approach to a glacier-covered region in the Norwegian Arctic. The team consisted of 12 members, 4 military personnel, 6 scientists, and 2 support staff. My brother's name appears on the roster as the team's microbiologist. The initial entries describe anomalous readings coming from beneath nearly 2 miles of ice, radiation patterns that didn't match any known natural phenomenon or weapon signature. Using experimental ground-penetrating radar, they identified a large cavity beneath the ice, what appeared to be a natural cave system that predated the glacier's formation. Thermal readings indicated portions of the cave system were somehow maintaining a temperature well above freezing, despite being surrounded by ice that had been solid for at least 40,000 years. Here's where it gets interesting. The mission parameters suddenly changed. All references to radiation disappeared from the logs. Instead, the documentation began focusing on biological containment protocols. New equipment was airlifted in, specialized quarantine materials, advanced laboratory equipment, and most tellingly, tactical weapons with custom ammunition that wasn't standard NATO issue. Let me step back and connect this to our present reality. We're currently living through a period of unprecedented permafrost melt. The Arctic is warming at nearly 4 times the global average. Scientists have already expressed concern about ancient microbes being released, bacteria and viruses that humanity has no immunity against. Just last month, researchers in Siberia revived a 50,000-year-old zombie virus found in thawing permafrost. The official line is that these pose little threat to humans. But what if they found something else, something far more dangerous? The expedition logs describe the team's descent into the cave system through a narrow access shaft drilled through the ice. The entries become increasingly fragmented after this point, but certain details stand out with alarming clarity. They discovered a chamber that showed signs of deliberate construction, worked stone that carbon dating placed at approximately 15,000 years old. But the craftsmanship didn't match any known ancient Arctic civilization. In fact, it didn't match any known human construction techniques at all. Within this chamber, they found what was initially described as a sarcophagus, a sealed containment vessel of unknown material that exhibited peculiar properties. It absorbed all visible light, maintained a constant temperature regardless of external conditions, and most disturbingly seemed to interfere with electronic equipment in its vicinity. The decision to open this vessel wasn't unanimous. The logs include a heated transcript between the team leader, Colonel Richard Hargrove, and my brother. Marcus argued vehemently against breaching the container without further study. He noted certain patterns etched into the surrounding chamber that resembled warning symbols found across disparate ancient cultures. Hargrove overruled him, citing direct orders from an entity labeled only as Oversight. What they found inside defies conventional explanation. The logs describe a humanoid entity preserved in what appeared to be a state of suspended animation. The subject, clinically labeled Entity 001, possessed anatomical features both recognizably human and profoundly not. Elongated canine teeth, specialized digestive enzymes, a bizarre cellular structure that continued to show metabolic activity despite the absence of cardiac function. A specialized organ near the thyroid that had no analog in known human anatomy. My brother's notes were the most detailed and the most disturbing. He identified what he termed a retroviral pathogen present in the entity's cellular structure that appeared designed to rewrite host DNA. His preliminary analysis suggested it could transfer between hosts through fluid exchange, particularly blood contact. He noted with clinical detachment that the pathogen bore similarities to manipulated biological agents he'd studied in his work with the U.S. Army's Infectious Disease Research Institute. In other words, it resembled an engineered bioweapon, except this one predated modern science by thousands of years. I need to draw your attention to something happening in our world right now that few are connecting. Over the past month, blood banks across North America and Europe have reported critical shortages. The Red Cross has issued emergency appeals. Officials blame decreased donations during the holiday season, but internal documents I've obtained tell a different story. Substantial quantities of blood are being diverted to classified research facilities. The requisition forms cite Project Laban as the authorizing protocol. Now let's talk about those global instabilities that have been dominating headlines. The unexplained communications blackout across northern Russia 2 weeks ago, officially attributed to solar flare activity. The sudden quarantine of 3 remote Siberian towns, allegedly due to an outbreak of tick-borne encephalitis in the dead of winter when ticks are dormant. The massive military exercises in northern Norway that have restricted civilian access to nearly 200 square miles of territory. Pieces of a puzzle, ladies and gentlemen. Pieces of a puzzle that's beginning to form a terrifying picture. I received another encrypted file yesterday. This one contains satellite imagery of what appears to be a research facility constructed on the exact coordinates where the 1978 expedition made their discovery. The facility wasn't there 6 months ago. Now it sprawls across the ice, a complex of prefabricated buildings surrounding a central excavation site. The timestamps indicate the images were taken 3 weeks ago. Today, that same area is obscured by what meteorologists are calling an unusual persistent cloud formation. No commercial satellite has been able to penetrate it, but thermal imaging from weather satellites shows an intense heat signature at the center of the formation, as if something is burning at extremely high temperatures. My source at the Norwegian Polar Institute included a personal note with the leaked files. I've been debating whether to share it, as it veers into territory that sounds, well, you can judge for yourselves. The note reads, "They called it vampiric, not as folklore, not as metaphor, but as scientific classification. The entity feeds on blood to sustain its cellular processes. It cannot tolerate ultraviolet radiation. It possesses extraordinary physical capabilities and apparent regenerative properties. But most critically, it can transmit its condition to others through a form of pathogenic conversion. They thought Entity 001 was inert, safely preserved in its dormant state. They were wrong. Here's where this story intersects with my personal history. The final log entry from the 1978 expedition was written by my brother. It's dated December 14th, the day before his last call to me. He documented a security breach in the containment protocols. One of the military personnel had been exposed to blood from Entity 001 during the extraction process. Within hours, the exposed individual began exhibiting symptoms: elevated body temperature, photosensitivity, heightened aggression, and an insatiable thirst that water couldn't quench. The infected soldier was placed in isolation, but the measures proved inadequate. The logs describe how he developed extraordinary physical capabilities that enabled him to break through restraints that should have held back someone 3 times stronger. He attacked 2 researchers, one of whom died from exsanguination, complete draining of blood. The other was bitten but survived the initial attack. The final entry is chilling in its clinical tone. Secondary infection confirmed in researcher Patil, transformation more rapid than with primary case. Project parameters shifting from study to containment. Oversight has authorized Protocol Red Sky. Protocol Red Sky isn't explicitly defined in the documents, but subsequent communications reference thermal purification and subject neutralization. Whatever it was, it appears to have failed. Because these entities, these scientifically verified vampires, weren't destroyed, they were contained, frozen back into the Arctic ice. A containment that held for nearly half a century. The permafrost is melting at unprecedented rates. Areas that scientists predicted would remain frozen for at least another century are thawing now. Whatever was buried beneath that ice isn't staying buried. I've spent my career following evidence, separating fact from fiction. I've exposed corrupt politicians, tracked illegal arms deals, and infiltrated trafficking networks. But nothing in my experience has prepared me for this investigation. The closer I get to the truth, the more resistance I encounter. 3 days ago, my apartment was broken into. Nothing of value was taken, but my research materials were thoroughly searched. Yesterday, I noticed a black SUV parked outside the station. The same vehicle followed me home. They're watching. They know I have the files. They know I'm putting the pieces together. But here's what they don't know. I'm not alone in this investigation. I've distributed encrypted copies of all my research to trusted colleagues across 5 continents. I've established dead man switches. If anything happens to me, everything goes public, not just on this small station, but across every major news platform. And I have one more card to play, one I've held close for decades. Before my brother disappeared, he sent me a package. I was instructed not to open it unless something happened to him. After he vanished, I couldn't bring myself to break that seal. Doing so would mean accepting he was truly gone. The package has remained in a safe deposit box for 47 years. This morning, I finally opened it. Inside was a journal, his personal notes separate from the official logs, and a small metal container holding what appears to be a tissue sample preserved in some kind of solution. The journal's final entry is dated December 16, 1978, a day after the official log's end, a day after his final call to me. It reads, "I've been exposed. The changes are beginning. I don't know how long I have before I'm no longer myself. They're implementing Protocol Red Sky at 600. They think fire will solve this problem. They're wrong. Fire just creates smoke, and in smoke, we can move unseen. If I survive, I'll find a way to contain what I'm becoming. If not, this record and sample may help others understand what we awoke. Reed, if you're reading this, I'm sorry. Don't look for me. But if stories begin to emerge of blood and darkness, share this truth. It's not superstition. It's not myth. It's science we're not ready for. My brother might still be alive, or something wearing his face might be walking in this world. Tomorrow night, I'll share what I've found in his journal, his detailed observations of the transformation process, the scientific properties of these entities, and most importantly, their potential vulnerabilities. Because I believe we're already in the early stages of an outbreak, the unexplained blood disorder cases appearing in northern communities, the mysterious disappearances, the government agencies suddenly stockpiling UV equipment and blood supplies. These aren't coincidences. The red sky is dawning, listeners, and I don't think we're ready for what comes after. This is Reed Miles, and you're listening to The Midnight Wire. Stay vigilant, stay informed. I'll be back tomorrow night if they let me. Good night and lock your doors. The darkness isn't empty anymore. This is Reed Miles, back on The Midnight Wire. If you're just joining us, I strongly recommend you find yesterday's broadcast in our archives. What I'm about to share tonight builds on revelations that have already put me in considerable danger. For those who've been following, you know the basics. A classified 1978 NATO expedition to the Arctic uncovered something that defies conventional understanding. Something that appears to be the scientific basis for what folklore has called vampires. Something that was contained in ice for decades until now. First, I need to address what happened after last night's broadcast. Many of you tried to access our station's website and found it mysteriously offline. Others attempted to download the podcast version only to find the files corrupted. This wasn't a technical glitch. At approximately 3:17 a.m., our servers experienced a sophisticated cyber attack that bears the hallmarks of government-level infiltration tools. Our technical team managed to restore from backups, but the message is clear. Someone doesn't want this information circulating. Even more concerning, when I left the station last night, I was followed by 2 unmarked vehicles all the way to my hotel. I've since relocated to a secure location. These attempts at intimidation only confirm what I suspected. This story goes deeper than even I initially believed. Tonight, I'm going to share the contents of my brother's journal in detail, along corroborating evidence I've gathered from a whistleblower who recently reached out. This individual claims to have worked security on something called Project Thaw, apparently the modern continuation of the original Project Laban. For their protection, I'll reveal no identifying details, but their credentials and documentation have been thoroughly verified. Let's begin with what the 1978 expedition actually discovered. My brother's journal contains far more detail than the official logs, including photographs that never made it into the final report. The entity they found, designated Entity 001, was sealed in what he described as a sarcophagus of non-terrestrial composition. The material defied analysis with the tools available at that time, possessing properties that violated conventional understanding of physics. It absorbed all light, maintained a constant temperature regardless of external conditions, and seemed to distort electronic signals in its vicinity. The decision to open this container came directly from an authority my brother refers to only as oversight. Despite objections from half the scientific team, including my brother, Colonel Hargrove insisted they proceed immediately. The journal includes a passage where Marcus wrote, "Hargrove seems almost eager, obsessed with what's inside. When Dr. Patil suggested we establish proper containment protocols first, Hargrove asked if he was refusing a direct order. There's pressure coming from somewhere higher than standard military chain of command." The opening of the sarcophagus occurred on December 11, 1978. The entity inside appeared humanoid, but with significant anatomical differences. Standing approximately 7 feet tall, with paper white skin that seemed to possess an almost translucent quality. The musculature was dense beyond any known human baseline. The cranial structure was elongated, with pronounced orbital ridges and a jaw structure that contained specialized dentition, most notably elongated canines with hollow centers, resembling delivery mechanisms for venom. Most remarkably, despite showing no signs of respiration or cardiac activity, cellular samples revealed ongoing metabolic processes. The entity wasn't dead, but in some form of suspended animation. My brother's notes suggest that whatever this being was, its biological systems operated on fundamentally different principles than conventional terrestrial life. Here's where the scientific explanation begins to intersect with folklore in ways that are disturbingly precise. Entity 001 exhibited extreme sensitivity to ultraviolet radiation. In one experiment, exposure to concentrated UV light caused rapid cellular degradation that then somehow regenerated when the sample was removed from exposure and introduced to human blood plasma. The regenerative capabilities were unlike anything in recorded science. My brother's journal contains detailed analysis of what he termed the Laban strain, the pathogenic agent present in Entity 001's blood. This wasn't a conventional virus or bacterium. It resembled a prion in some ways, those misfolded proteins responsible for conditions like Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. But it was far more complex, seeming almost engineered to rewrite the host's genetic material through a mechanism my brother compared to CRISPR, decades before such gene editing technology was developed. The journal contains electron microscope images of the pathogen. I'm not a microbiologist, but even to my layman's eyes, the structures appear artificial in their symmetry and complexity. Marcus noted repeatedly that the pathogen seemed to possess nanotechnological properties beyond 1970s understanding, writing, "This isn't evolution, this is design, but whose, and for what purpose?" Now, let me share something that connects these historical discoveries to our present moment. My whistleblower from Project Thaw provided me with data from recent permafrost studies across the Arctic Circle. Scientists have been monitoring microbiological activity in thawing regions, primarily focused on methane-producing organisms that could accelerate climate change. But in 2023, researchers at 3 separate sites in northern Russia Alaska, and Greenland detected what they initially classified as anomalous prion-like structures in ice core samples. These findings weren't published. Instead, all research was immediately classified. The whistleblower reports that within 72 hours of the discovery, each research station was visited by military personnel who confiscated all samples and data. The researchers were debriefed under strict non-disclosure agreements with penalties far beyond standard scientific confidentiality protocols. According to my source, this triggered the reactivation of Project Laban under its new designation, Project Thaw. The operation was given unprecedented black budget funding and placed under the control of a multinational task force answering only to an authority called Oversight, the same entity mentioned in my brother's 1978 journal. But what was Project Laban really about? According to both the journal and my whistleblower, it wasn't simply about studying an anomalous entity. From the beginning, there was a concerted effort to understand how the Laban strain could be weaponized. My brother's journal expresses horror at the military's immediate focus on potential applications rather than containment protocols. They're talking about field deployment scenarios before we even understand what we're dealing with. Hargrove mentioned enhancement potential and super soldier applications while looking at the cellular regeneration data. This isn't science, it's madness. The journal details how the research shifted after they realized the strain could transfer between hosts. The entry dated December 12th describes the first human infection, Private Thomas Wells, who was exposed during a sample collection procedure. His transformation began with flu-like symptoms that rapidly progressed to more extreme changes. Within hours, he developed acute photosensitivity so severe that standard laboratory lighting caused his skin to blister. His strength increased to the point where he bent a steel restraint bar with minimal effort. Most disturbing was the psychological transformation, a mounting aggression coupled with what my brother clinically described as hemophagic compulsion, an overwhelming urge to consume blood. Wells attacked 2 researchers on December 13th. One died from exsanguination. The other, Dr. Anil Patil, survived but sustained a bite that introduced the pathogen directly into his bloodstream. His transformation was even more rapid than Wells, progressing from initial infection to full manifestation in less than 6 hours. Now, let me connect these historical events to another present-day anomaly that's been largely overlooked in mainstream reporting. Over the past month, hospitals across the Northern Hemisphere have reported a mysterious spike in patients presenting with extreme photosensitivity disorders. The official explanation points to increased UV radiation due to ozone layer depletion. But internal medical reports I've obtained describe symptoms that don't align with any known photodermatosis. Patients exhibit aggressive revulsion to light, accelerated healing of other unrelated injuries, and most tellingly, abnormalities in their blood chemistry that one bewildered hematologist described as completely restructured hemoglobin with unknown properties. These cases began appearing first in northern Russia approximately 7 weeks ago, then spread to Norway, Finland, Canada, and most recently northern United States. All locations with substantial permafrost thaw activity, all within a clear geographic pattern of spread. My whistleblower confirms that Project Thaw is actively monitoring these cases, covertly collecting patients under the guise of specialized treatment programs. These individuals are being transferred to facilities that don't exist on any public record. Their families are being told they've been moved to advanced treatment centers, but no visiting is permitted due to infection control protocols. Let's talk about the historical connections that my brother's journal illuminates. Marcus had a background in anthropology before specializing in microbiology, and he documented striking parallels between Entity 001's physiological characteristics and vampire folklore across disparate cultures. The journal contains comparative analyses of Mesopotamian Akimu, Chinese Jiangxi, Filipino Aswang, Eastern European Strigoi, and numerous other blood-feeding mythological entities. The commonalities were too precise to be coincidental. Light sensitivity, blood consumption, enhanced physical capabilities, transmission through bite. These weren't just stories. They were descriptions of previous encounters with entities like the one found in the Arctic. My brother's journal postulates that what they discovered wasn't unique, but rather part of a species or created group that had periodically intersected with human civilization, leaving behind a trail of folklore as testimony. Perhaps most chilling was his analysis of historical vampire pandemics, periods in history where vampire hysteria reached fever pitch. He noted that these outbreaks often coincided with periods of climatic warming. The medieval warm period from approximately 950 to 1250 CE saw vampire folklore spread rapidly across Europe. Similar patterns appeared in other regions during documented warming periods. My brother theorized that these entities might have been buried or trapped in ice during prehistoric times, only to be released during warming periods throughout human history. Each outbreak eventually ended, possibly through natural climatic cooling, or perhaps through human intervention once our ancestors discovered effective countermeasures. Sunlight, fire, destroying the body in specific ways that folklore recorded as driving stakes through hearts. What we're witnessing now may be the largest scale release in human history, accelerated by unprecedented global warming. The permafrost is melting faster than at any point in the past 10,000 years. Whatever has been contained there isn't staying contained. My whistleblower provided me with satellite imagery of a massive research and containment facility constructed in northern Russia near the original Entity 001 discovery site. The complex was built in less than a month using prefabricated components and now employs over 200 personnel, most with military or advanced biocontainment backgrounds. The facility is officially designated as a climate research station, but its power consumption and security measures are consistent with a BSL-4 bioweapons research facility. According to my source, the original Entity 001 sarcophagus was transported there in November of last year, but it wasn't the only one. Ground-penetrating radar has identified at least 11 additional containment vessels in the surrounding permafrost, all with the same unusual properties as the original. The warming temperatures have already compromised the natural containment of 3 of these vessels. Here's where my brother's personal story intersects with this unfolding crisis. His journal's final entries describe not just his exposure to the Laban strain, but his desperate attempt to maintain his humanity as the transformation began. On December 15th, he wrote, "The light hurts now. My thoughts remain clear, but there's a hunger growing that terrifies me. I've prepared a compound based on my analysis of the strain's molecular vulnerabilities. It won't cure what I'm becoming, but it might help me retain control. If I can maintain my consciousness, perhaps I can find a more permanent solution." The journal ends with a hastily written note. They're implementing Protocol Red Sky at 0600. Entity 001 has awakened. 3 more personnel infected. Hargrove has ordered termination of all compromised subjects, including me. I won't let them destroy what I know. The compound is working partially. I can still think, still choose. I'm taking the remaining samples in my research. There's an Inuit settlement 40 miles south. If I can reach it before the changes progress further. That's the last entry. But enclosed with the journal was something I haven't mentioned until now. A small vial containing what appears to be a compound formula, along with detailed notes on its composition. According to the accompanying documentation, this is the substance my brother created to slow the progression of the Laban strain, to maintain human consciousness even as the physical transformation proceeded. I've had this formula analyzed by a trusted pharmaceutical chemist. The compound contains elements that have no analog in conventional medicine, utilizing molecular structures that shouldn't be stable but somehow are. My contact described it as biochemistry that's at least 50 years ahead of current science. More importantly, the formula appears synthesizable with current technology. It could potentially be mass-produced. If my brother survived, if he managed to retain his humanity through this compound, there might be hope for addressing the current outbreak. But that leads to a disturbing question. Where has he been for the past 47 years? And if he's still alive, why hasn't he come forward? The answer might lie in the most recent lead I've uncovered. Over the decades, there have been scattered reports of a mysterious researcher appearing at remote scientific outposts across the Arctic region, always at night, always requesting specific equipment and then vanishing. Witnesses describe a tall, gaunt man who avoids direct lighting and wears specialized protective clothing. They note his extensive knowledge of biochemistry and unusual interest in bloodborne pathogens. Several accounts mention a distinctive scar on his left hand, identical to one my brother received during a laboratory accident in 1976. I believe Marcus Miles has spent nearly 5 decades researching the Laban strain from the unique perspective of someone infected but fighting against its full manifestation. I believe he's been developing countermeasures, working in isolation to understand what he became and how to fight it. And I believe the recent outbreak has forced him into more direct action. 3 days ago, a specialized blood research laboratory in Helsinki reported a break-in. Nothing was stolen except for specific equipment used for hemoglobin analysis and genetic sequencing. Security footage was corrupted, but one frame survived, showing a partial image of a tall figure moving at unusual speed. Forensic enhancement revealed what appears to be the same distinctive scar visible on one hand. My brother may be trying to develop a more permanent solution to the Laban strain. And with the current outbreak accelerating, he may be running out of time. Tomorrow night, I'll share what I've learned about the containment failure that triggered the current crisis, what my whistleblower has revealed about the Russian facility, the escaped test subjects, and the covert international response that's already underway. I'll also discuss the scientific vulnerabilities of these entities based on both historical documentation and contemporary research. Because make no mistake, we are in the early stages of a pandemic unlike anything modern medicine has encountered. The difference between this and a conventional viral outbreak is intent. Traditional pathogens don't strategize. They don't hide. They don't deliberately spread through calculated action. This is Reed Miles, and you're listening to The Midnight Wire. Stay vigilant. I'll be back tomorrow night. This is Reed Miles broadcasting from an undisclosed location. After last night's transmission, my regular studio was raided by individuals claiming to be from the Department of Homeland Security. No warrants, no paperwork, just armed men in tactical gear confiscating equipment and data. Fortunately, I've maintained multiple broadcast contingencies for precisely this scenario. They can shut down one location, but silencing the truth requires more than intimidation tactics. To those of you who've been following this investigation, thank you for the overwhelming response. Your distributed recordings and transcripts have kept this information circulating despite aggressive attempts to suppress it. Tonight, I'll detail what I've learned about the containment failure that has unleashed what can only be described as a vampire pandemic. Before I begin, a warning. What I'm about to share isn't speculation. Through my whistleblower at Project Thaw and additional sources I've developed within the international scientific community, I've assembled documentation that paints a disturbing picture of not just catastrophic negligence, but possibly deliberate action. Let's start with the Russian research facility established last year near the original Entity 001 discovery site. According to Project Thaw documents, the facility, designated Vostok Research Station, was officially tasked with studying permafrost melt patterns. Its actual purpose was threefold. First, to recover and secure additional containment vessels being revealed by accelerated ice melt. Second, to continue research on the Laban strain's potential applications. And third, to develop countermeasures should an outbreak occur. That third objective appears to have been purely performative, a checkbox for ethical oversight that received minimal actual resources. The facility's budget allocation tells the real story. 64% directed to weaponization research, 28% to recovery operations, and a mere 8% to containment protocols and countermeasures. The priorities were clear from the beginning. The initial breach occurred on February 12th of this year. During the extraction of a newly discovered containment vessel, designated Entity 007, a power fluctuation caused a momentary failure in the UV containment field. The official incident report describes what happened next in clinical terms that failed to capture the horror. Subject exhibited immediate reanimation upon field disruption. Response team implemented containment protocol Delta 6. 3 personnel suffered exposure during neutralization attempt. What they're not saying in bureaucratic language, Entity 007 awoke and attacked the research team, infecting 3 people before being temporarily subdued. Those 3 infected individuals were placed in quarantine for observation, not treatment, observation. The Laban strain was already known to be 100% transmissible with no existing cure. These weren't patients, they were test subjects. 48 hours later, all 3 exhibited the full spectrum of transformation: extreme photosensitivity, enhanced strength and speed, cellular regeneration, and the characteristic hemophagic hunger. But most concerning was what my whistleblower described as unexpected cognitive integration. These subjects retained their human intelligence, memories, and specialized knowledge, now paired with predatory instincts and capabilities. Dr. Elena Petrova, the facility's head of security containment, recognized the danger immediately. Her urgent communication to oversight requested permission to terminate the infected personnel before further breach could occur. The response she received is chilling in its calculated risk assessment. Continued observation authorized. Implementation of enhanced restraint systems approved. Termination deferred, pending complete transformation documentation. They wanted to see the full process. They wanted data. And that decision cost them everything. On February 17th, during a scheduled observation procedure, one of the transformed subjects, formerly Dr. Mikhail Volkov, a containment specialist with intimate knowledge of the facility's systems, managed to exploit a vulnerability in the restraint mechanism. The incident report describes it as equipment failure, but my whistleblower confirms it was deliberate sabotage by someone who knew exactly how the systems worked. Volkov freed the other 2 transformed personnel. What followed was not random violence, but coordinated tactical action. They systematically disabled security systems, eliminated key personnel who could initiate lockdown protocols, and most significantly, breached the primary containment chamber housing Entity 07 and 2 additional recovered entities. Within 90 minutes, the facility had fallen. Of the 213 personnel stationed there, only 26 survived. Those who managed to seal themselves in a reinforced sublevel designed to withstand biological contamination events. These survivors remained trapped for nearly 3 days before an extraction team arrived. By then, all other personnel had either been killed or transformed. and the original entities, along with their newly created progeny, had vanished into the Arctic night. The recovery team found evidence of deliberate destruction, research data selectively erased, specific samples taken, equipment sabotaged. This wasn't mindless predatory behavior. The entities demonstrated strategic thinking, prioritizing objectives that would impede any response while preserving information useful to them. My whistleblower shared security footage from the facility's final hours. The transformed subjects moved with disturbing efficiency, communicating through what appeared to be a combination of verbal and nonverbal signals. In one particularly unsettling sequence, former Dr. Volkov can be seen accessing the facility's central database, downloading specific research files while systematically corrupting others. His expression shows none of the mindless hunger attributed to mythological vampires, only focused, calculated purpose. What happened next was predictable, yet entirely preventable. The transformed personnel and original entities dispersed into the surrounding regions. The nearest human settlement, a small Siberian mining town called Neretva, with a population of approximately 1,200, was only 37 kilometers from the facility. The town went silent on February 19th. Satellite imagery shows vehicles abandoned on snowy streets. No signs of structural damage, no evidence of evacuation, simply an empty town under a blanket of fresh snow. Russian authorities implemented a media blackout, attributing the communication silence to storm damage. When that excuse became untenable, they declared a chemical leak from the mining operation had necessitated temporary evacuation. Internal communications tell a different story. A special operations team sent to investigate reported back only once, describing extensive evidence of predation and no survivors located. That team never made their extraction rendezvous. By February 28th, 3 additional settlements within a 200-kilometer radius had gone silent. Each was subjected to the same pattern of disinformation, technical difficulties, followed by alleged industrial accidents, followed by quarantine declarations. No journalists allowed, no contact with evacuees permitted, because there were no evacuees to contact. Oversight activated what they called the Aurora Protocol, a multinational containment strategy developed specifically for Laban strain outbreak scenarios. Military assets from Russia, Norway, Finland, the United States, and Canada established a perimeter around the affected region. Official channels described it as a joint climate research initiative. The truth was far grimmer. They weren't keeping people out, they were keeping something in. Their efforts came too late. Tracking the pattern of communications failures across the region reveals a methodical expansion. The entities weren't randomly spreading, they were moving with purpose. Several industrial research facilities were targeted first, followed by transportation hubs. By early March, the containment perimeter had been breached at multiple points. The most disturbing aspect of this spread isn't its speed, but its intelligence. These entities aren't shambling predators exposing themselves in public hunting sprees. They're calculating, coordinated, and patient. Multiple reports describe them integrating into human populations, concealing their nature while selectively transforming others with specific skills or access. They target communication infrastructure not to destroy it, but to control it, ensuring official narratives remain unchallenged, while they establish footholds in population centers. My whistleblower confirmed that oversight has identified at least 17 metropolitan areas across the northern hemisphere with confirmed presence of Laban strain entities. The true number is likely much higher. Moscow, St. Petersburg, Oslo, Helsinki, Stockholm, Copenhagen, Berlin, London, Toronto, Chicago, Minneapolis, Seattle, all have documented cases that have been systematically removed from medical records and public health reporting. The global response has fractured along predictable lines. Some nations are prioritizing development of detection methods and defensive measures, Others see military applications and are actively attempting to capture entities for study. A handful of officials with appropriate clearance levels understand the true magnitude of the threat and are advocating for transparent public warning, but they remain outnumbered by those who fear economic consequences of widespread panic. But there's another layer to this crisis that I've only recently uncovered, one that suggests the containment failure may not have been accidental at all. Among the documents provided by my whistleblower was a classified research summary dated January 2023, nearly a year before the Vostok facility breach. The document evaluates potential applications of the Laban strain's cellular regeneration properties in addressing terminal diseases and extended human lifespan. One particular passage stands out. While complete transformation presents unacceptable downsides, partial application of specific Laban strain properties could revolutionize human longevity. Preliminary models suggest targeted genetic incorporation could extend human lifespan by 50 to 70 years, while mitigating adverse effects through regular treatment with synthesized hemoglobin compounds. The document is marked with approval signatures from 3 individuals identified only by code names. One of those signatures includes a reference number that my source has traced to a private biotech conglomerate with significant government contracts across 7 countries. This same conglomerate has recently fast-tracked construction of specialized blood processing facilities in 12 major cities, all corresponding to locations with confirmed Laban strain presence. I'm not suggesting a global conspiracy. What I'm suggesting is something perhaps more terrifying. Fragmented, competing interests pursuing advantages from an unfolding catastrophe rather than uniting to contain it. Military factions seeing weapons potential, biotech firms seeing profit opportunities, political entities seeing power consolidation possibilities, all while the infection spreads. But there's a counterforce emerging, one that gives me a fragment of hope. I've been contacted by individuals who identify themselves as the Vigil, a network of scientists, military personnel, and medical professionals who recognize the Laban strain threat early and have been working independently to develop countermeasures. According to their documentation, they've been operational since the 1980s, established by survivors from the original Project Laban, who understood what would happen if the entities ever escaped containment. And this is where my brother's story resumes. The Vigil claims Marcus Miles has been working with them for decades, using his unique perspective as someone who resisted complete transformation to develop effective countermeasures. They provided evidence of his research, formulations that evolved from the compound in the vial he left me, each iteration more effective at suppressing the Laban strain's cognitive rewiring while preserving its cellular regeneration benefits. I've been given coordinates for a meeting with a Vigil representative tomorrow night. They claim they can take me to my brother. After 47 years, I might finally learn what happened to him after he fled the Arctic facility. I might learn how he's managed to maintain his humanity while carrying this pathogen in his system. Most importantly, I might learn if there's a way to stop what's already begun. The Vigil has shared limited but compelling evidence of successful interventions against transformed entities. They've developed specialized equipment that generates concentrated ultraviolet radiation at specific frequencies that target vulnerabilities in the altered cellular structure. They've formulated compounds that temporarily inhibit the regenerative capabilities, creating windows of opportunity for more permanent neutralization. Most importantly, they've identified a potential method for reversing early-stage transformation if implemented within the first 72 hours of exposure. But they're dramatically outnumbered and under-resourced compared to the spreading infection. And with government and corporate interests pursuing containment approaches that prioritize exploitation over elimination, The Vigil is operating under extreme constraints. I need to address something crucial before continuing. Many of you have sent messages asking how to protect yourselves, how to identify potentially transformed individuals among you. The Vigil has provided a preliminary identification guide that I'll share now, with the caveat that these entities are adaptive and increasingly sophisticated at concealing their nature. Early-stage transformation indicators include marked aversion to direct sunlight or UV lighting that exceeds normal photosensitivity, reduced or absent reflection in mirrored surfaces due to cellular light absorption properties, substantial change in dietary preferences, particularly aversion to prior favorite foods, unexplained physical capabilities including enhanced strength or unusual recovery from injury, subtle shifts in vocal patterns, specifically reduced variation in tonal ranges, extended periods of activity without apparent need for sleep, body temperature consistently below 97 degrees Fahrenheit. If someone you know exhibits multiple indicators, do not confront them directly. Document your observations securely and contact the anonymous reporting system. The Vigil has established. I'll provide those details on our website once this broadcast concludes. For personal protection, the Vigil recommends install UVC lighting fixtures in entryways to your home or workspace. Maintain distance from individuals exhibiting symptoms until their status can be verified. Secure personal blood supplies through legitimate medical channels rather than public donation centers. Implement access restrictions requiring verbal acknowledgement before entry to private spaces. Consider nocturnal security measures, particularly motion-activated UV lighting. These are stopgap measures at best, not solutions. The real answer lies in addressing the outbreak systematically, which requires acknowledging it publicly. The continued policy of disinformation is providing cover for the infection to spread while preventing coordinated response. I've made copies of all documentation provided by both my whistleblower and the Vigil. These will be automatically distributed to trusted journalists across multiple countries if I fail to enter a verification code every 24 hours. The truth will emerge one way or another. There's something else you should know. I've been experiencing unusual symptoms over the past 36 hours. Sensitivity to studio lighting that I initially attributed to migraine. Elevated body temperature followed by a sharp decline. Unusual clarity of night vision. I sustained a minor cut yesterday that healed with unusual speed. I may have been exposed to the Laban strain. The timing matches my examination of the vial my brother left behind. While I took precautions, the containment technology from 1978 may have degraded. I've begun a course of the inhibitor compound based on the Vigil's formula. So far, my cognitive functions remain intact. I'm documenting all physiological changes for research purposes. If I am transforming, perhaps my experience can provide additional data for developing countermeasures. This is Reed Miles, and you're listening to what may be my final broadcast on the Midnight Wire. Tomorrow I meet the Vigil. Tomorrow I may find my brother. Tomorrow we might find a path through this gathering storm. Or tomorrow I may join it. Stay vigilant, stay human. I'll report back if I can. This is Reed Miles. If you're hearing this, it means the Dead Man Switch protocol I established has been activated. I haven't entered my verification code in 72 hours. 3 days of silence. I need to be clear about what that means. Either I'm no longer alive, no longer free, or no longer myself. This recording was prepared in advance for this contingency. It contains everything I've learned since my last broadcast. Information that must reach the public, regardless of what's happened to me. As planned, I met with the representative from the Vigil at the coordinates provided. Dr. Sarah Cho, formerly with the CDC's Special Pathogens Branch, before she discovered inconsistencies in blood samples allegedly from an unknown hemorrhagic fever in 2023. When she identified markers matching classified material about the Laban strain, she was removed from her position. Rather than accepting reassignment, she went underground, connecting with others who had glimpsed fragments of the truth. Dr. Cho confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. My symptoms indicated early-stage Laban strain infection. The compound from my brother's vial was helping suppress the transformation, but its efficacy was decreasing as the pathogen adapted. She administered an updated formula developed by the Vigil that has so far proven more effective. My mind remains clear, though the physical changes continue. Enhanced night vision, accelerated healing, and a sensitivity to ultraviolet light that makes daylight nearly unbearable. We traveled to the Vigil's primary research facility, a repurposed Cold War bunker beneath an abandoned mining complex in northern Canada. There I finally found answers about my brother. Marcus Miles did survive the original Arctic incident. He escaped the facility during Protocol Red Sky, the scorched earth attempt to destroy all evidence of Entity 001 and the infected personnel. He made it to an Inuit settlement where, through a combination of his experimental compound and extraordinary willpower, he managed to establish an equilibrium with the pathogen instead of succumbing to it completely. For nearly 5 decades, he's existed in a liminal state, neither fully human nor fully transformed. The Laban strain grants him extended longevity, physical resilience, and accelerated healing, but demands regular consumption of blood to maintain these abilities. Through rigorous research, he discovered that animal blood supplemented with specific synthetic compounds could satisfy this requirement without requiring human victims. I met my brother in a specially designed chamber, he on one side of a transparent barrier, me on the other. Despite being chronologically 83 years old, he appeared to be in his mid-40s, though with a pallor and gauntness that gave him an unmistakably otherworldly quality. His eyes reflected light like those of a nocturnal predator. Yet he spoke with the same measured intelligence I remembered, his mind clearly his own despite the changes to his body. "I've been waiting for you to find me, Reed," he said. "I hoped it wouldn't be like this, with you beginning the same transformation, but perhaps it's fitting. You'll understand in ways others cannot." Marcus has spent decades building the Vigil, from a handful of scientists who escaped the original Project Laban to an international network dedicated to monitoring and containing what they knew would eventually emerge from the melting permafrost. They've developed increasingly sophisticated countermeasures, but have been systematically undermined by an organization he calls the Covenant, a cabal within oversight that sees the Laban strain not as a threat, but as an opportunity. According to documents Marcus provided, the Covenant began in the 1980s when certain military and intelligence officials recognized the potential applications of controlled Laban strain integration. Not the full transformation, but selective adaptation of specific qualities, enhanced physical capabilities, accelerated healing, extended lifespan. They've spent decades pursuing this goal, viewing the human casualties as acceptable losses in pursuit of evolutionary advancement. The containment failure at the Vostok facility wasn't an accident. Evidence Marcus shared suggests it was deliberately engineered by Covenant operatives. They didn't anticipate, however, the level of autonomous intelligence the transformed subjects would display. What was intended as a controlled release to gather field data on infection vectors and transformation patterns quickly evolved into something far more dangerous, a coordinated expansion by entities with a shared consciousness and strategic objectives. This is perhaps the most disturbing revelation. The transformed subjects aren't merely operating on instinct or individual intelligence. They appear to be linked through what Marcus describes as a distributed cognitive network, a form of hive mind that preserves individual personality and knowledge while creating a shared purpose and coordination. Each new transformation strengthens this network, adding unique skills and insights to the collective. Their goal isn't random predation or simple reproduction. Based on recovered communications and behavioral analysis, Marcus believes they're systematically infiltrating key infrastructure, research facilities, and governmental organizations, not to destroy them, but to subvert them, creating a parallel power structure before most of humanity even realizes they exist. The pattern is consistent across affected regions. Strategic individuals are targeted first, communications specialists, security personnel, logistics experts, medical professionals, people whose transformation provides maximum advantage while remaining largely invisible in their daily functions. With each new conversion, their network gains additional resources and insights. The Vigil has identified 3 distinct manifestation patterns among those infected with the Laban strain. First, the custodians, individuals like my brother who maintain significant human consciousness while accepting limited transformation. They require blood to sustain themselves but can subsist on animal sources or synthetic substitutes. They exhibit moderately enhanced physical capabilities, extended lifespan, and regenerative properties without the more extreme predatory characteristics. They can tolerate indirect sunlight with protective measures. These represent approximately 18% of recorded cases. Second, the Ascended, those who embrace complete transformation but retain sophisticated cognitive function and strategic thinking. They possess the full spectrum of capabilities described in vampire folklore, exceptional strength, speed, and regenerative abilities, alongside an absolute requirement for human blood and severe ultraviolet vulnerability. These represent the majority of transformations, approximately 67% of cases, and appear to form the core of the emerging network. Third, the ferals, failed transformations where higher cognitive functions deteriorate, leaving predatory instinct without strategic control. These resemble the mindless monsters of classical horror, driven by bloodlust and aggression, unable to blend into human society or participate in coordinated action. The Vigil's research suggests these represent approximately 15% of transformations and are often discarded by the Ascended, used as disposable assets for high-risk operations or distractions. What determines which path a transformation takes? The Vigil's research indicates 3 key factors: the individual's psychological resilience prior to infection, the method of exposure, direct blood contact producing more controlled outcomes than secondary fluid transmission, and most importantly, whether the transformation is guided by already transformed individuals who can somehow influence the process through direct interaction during the critical phase. This last factor explains the strategic pattern of transformations. The entities aren't randomly feeding. They're selectively recruiting, carefully guiding the transformations of those with valuable skills or access, while deliberately inducing feral transformations in others to create chaos when needed. The infection has spread faster than even the sender in the Vigil's worst projections. Marcus estimates that approximately 15,000 people worldwide have undergone full transformation, with most concentrated in urban centers across the northern hemisphere. Moscow alone may harbor over 2,000 transformed individuals, with similar concentrations in other major cities. Public health systems have been compromised through strategic infiltration, with blood supply chains particularly targeted. But there's a counterforce emerging that neither the Covenant nor the transformed network anticipated. Marcus revealed that certain individuals appear naturally resistant to the Laban strain. Approximately 0.7% of the population carries a rare genetic marker that prevents the pathogen from properly binding to cellular structures. These individuals can be infected, but undergo only partial transformation before their immune systems adapt and establish equilibrium. They gain some enhanced capabilities without losing their humanity. The Vigil has been identifying these individuals and recruiting them as field agents, people who can move among the transformed without detection, gathering intelligence and implementing countermeasures. They've developed a global response strategy focused on 4 fronts. First, identification and tracking of transformed individuals through a combination of thermal imaging that detects their unique temperature signature, specialized blood tests that reveal pathogen markers, and behavioral analysis algorithms deployed through security networks. Second, development and distribution of a compound derived from Marcus's original formula, not a cure, but a preventative measure that makes complete transformation less likely if exposure occurs, increasing the chances of becoming a custodian rather than ascended or feral. Third, tactical neutralization of transformation clusters through specialized strike teams equipped with UV weapons, targeted biochemical agents that disrupt the Lebensstrain's cellular mechanisms, and conventional measures against those too far gone to recover. Fourth, and most critically, public awareness, breaking through the information blackout to alert humanity to the reality of what's happening. This last objective is why Marcus helped orchestrate my investigation and ultimately my infection. He believes someone straddling both worlds, still human in mind but experiencing the early stages of transformation, would be most effective at communicating the truth in a way that generates action rather than mere panic. "You've always been able to make people listen, Reed," he told me. "Now they need to listen more than ever." A secure digital package accompanied this recording, comprehensive documentation of everything the Vigil has compiled, including identification protocols, defensive measures, and evidence tracking the spread of the Lebensstrain across major population centers. I've arranged for distribution to journalists, medical researchers, and security officials across 42 countries. The information blackout ends today. But there's something else you need to know, something I discovered in the Vigil's archives that even Marcus was reluctant to discuss. The Lebensstrain isn't a natural pathogen, not even an ancient one. The molecular structure, the precision of its genetic modification capabilities, the specialized mechanisms for neural rewiring, these aren't products of evolution. Entity Z01 and the others weren't natural creatures who evolved these characteristics. They were engineered. The containment vessels found in the Arctic permafrost aren't coffins or natural preservation chambers. They're stasis units designed for long-term storage. The glyphs carved into the surrounding chambers aren't warnings left by ancient humans. They're operating instructions. Specifications, manufacturing details. Someone made these entities. Someone created the Lebensstrain as a delivery mechanism for radical human modification. And they did it thousands of years ago, using technology that still exceeds our current capabilities. The question isn't just who, but why. Why create these entities? Why preserve them in the Arctic ice? Was it containment of a failed experiment or storage of a weapon intended for future use? Were they meant to be found when the ice eventually melted? Is this outbreak accident or activation? Since making this discovery, I've been experiencing something beyond the physical symptoms of transformation. Fragmented memories that aren't my own. Images of structures unlike anything in human architectural record. Knowledge of scientific principles I've never studied. Perspectives from vantage points impossible for human eyes. Marcus experiences these too, what he calls bleed-through from the Lebensstrain's original imprinting. He believes the pathogen doesn't just rewrite human DNA. It carries embedded information, a payload of knowledge and purpose from whoever engineered it. As transformation progresses, this information becomes increasingly accessible, influencing thoughts and objectives. This explains the coordinated behavior of transformed individuals with no apparent communication. They're not just linked through some biological hive mind, they're executing a program embedded in the pathogen itself. A program with objectives we're only beginning to discern. The Covenant believes they can control this process, harness it for their own purposes. Marcus thinks differently. We're not the users of this technology, he told me. We're its components. Something is assembling itself among us, using human bodies and minds as building blocks. The transformed network isn't just spreading for survival or dominance, it's constructing something. The strategic infiltration of communications infrastructure, power generation facilities, and research centers follows a pattern consistent with preparation for a larger event. In the past week, the Vigil has documented unusual activity at multiple astronomical observatories controlled by transformed personnel. They've detected specialized equipment being installed, modifications to radio telescopes, and other deep space monitoring systems. The transformed are looking outward, preparing for something. A signal, an arrival? We don't know. What we do know is that we're running out of time. The transformation rate is accelerating. The network is growing more sophisticated with each conversion. And I apologize for that pause. The symptoms are progressing despite the compound. I can feel the changes accelerating in my system. Heightened senses, awareness of heartbeats in adjoining rooms, thoughts that don't feel entirely my own. Before I lose myself completely, I need to share one final piece of information. During our meeting, Marcus gave me a specialized data drive containing research he's conducted independently, work he's kept separate even from the Vigil. He believes he's identified the original purpose of the Laban strain and a potential method for not just containing, but reversing its effects on a systemic level. The drive was designed to decrypt only when three conditions are met: my biometric signature, a specific activation phrase, and a precise geographic location. Marcus wouldn't tell me the location, only that when the time comes, you'll know where to go. The blood remembers. I've secured this drive with trusted associates who have instructions to locate my successor at this station. Someone who will continue investigating regardless of what happens to me. Someone who will recognize the importance of what we've uncovered and have the courage to pursue it wherever it leads. If you're hearing this, it means I've failed to return, failed to maintain control, or failed to resist whatever is happening to my body and mind. But this isn't the end of the investigation. It's just the beginning. The darkness is spreading, but we aren't defenseless. The Vigil continues their work. The information is out there now, impossible to completely suppress. And somewhere, waiting to be found, is the key Marcus discovered. The answer to who created the Laban strain, why they buried it in Arctic ice, and how to stop what they started. Look for the patterns, question the official explanations. Notice who disappears and who changes. The transformed move among us, wearing familiar faces while serving an alien purpose. But humanity has faced extinction before and survived. We've encountered predators before and adapted. We will again. Watch the night. Watch each other. And if you meet someone whose eyes reflect light too brightly, whose movements seem too fluid, whose interest in you seems too specific, run. Run while you still can. This is Reed Miles, signing off from the Midnight Wire for what may be the last time. The red sky is no longer just a protocol. It's the dawn of something none of us are prepared for. But somewhere in the gathering darkness, a light still burns. Find it, follow it, fight. Because what comes next will determine not just who survives, but what it means to be human in a world where humanity itself is being rewritten. This is Reed Miles. Yes, still alive, still human, enough at least. It's been 47 days since my last broadcast. 47 days since the Vigil's compound was overrun. 47 days since I watched my brother torn between his remaining humanity and the collective will of the transformed network. For those who thought I was dead, I don't blame you. There were moments I believed it myself. I'm broadcasting from a reinforced bunker 6 stories beneath what used to be a data center in Montreal. The Resistance calls it the blind spot, one of the few communication hubs completely shielded from detection by both conventional government surveillance and the transformed network's sensory capabilities. If you're receiving this, it means their signal relays are working. It means there's still a fight worth having. Let me tell you how I survived that night. When the transmission cut off, 3 Ascended had breached the outer perimeter of the Vigil's facility. Not the mindless ferals that the military has been trained to handle. These were calculated, coordinated predators in human skin. I recognized one of them, Dr. Eliza Chen, formerly the CDC's head of special pathogen research. She disappeared 3 weeks earlier. Now she moved with the liquid grace of the fully transformed, her eyes reflecting the emergency lighting like polished mirrors. "We only want the drive, Reed," she said, her voice carrying harmonics impossible for human vocal cords. "You don't need to die here." I had seconds to act. The compound Marcus had administered was still active in my system, suppressing the final stages of my transformation, while leaving me with enhanced reflexes and sensory perception. I could smell the metallic tang of blood on their breath, could hear the absence of heartbeats in their chests, could see microscopic details even in near darkness. The emergency protocols Marcus had established included a failsafe, a UV pulse bomb designed to create an escape window if the facility was ever compromised. I triggered it without hesitation. The blast of concentrated ultraviolet radiation hit them like a physical force, their skin blistering instantly as they recoiled, hissing in pain and fury. I didn't wait to see more. I ran. The facility's emergency evacuation route led through maintenance tunnels that merged with an abandoned mine system. I could hear them behind me, recovering faster than the Vigil's research had anticipated. Their footsteps echoed through the tunnels like heartbeats, synchronized and gaining speed. Then I encountered the first of many moral choices this new world demands. A security checkpoint manned by 2 Vigil members, Leighton and Rodriguez. They were preparing to seal the tunnel behind me, to sacrifice themselves by triggering a localized collapse that would slow the pursuers. "Keep moving," Rodriguez said, her hands steady on the detonator. I continued through as they sealed the passage. The explosion shook the tunnel, dust and debris cascading around me. I heard the screams, not from Leighton or Rodriguez, but from the Ascended caught in the collapse. Not pain, rage. The kind of fury that doesn't fade, that doesn't forgive, that will follow you through decades if necessary. For 3 days I moved through the wilderness of northern Quebec, pushing my partially transformed body to its limits. I didn't sleep, didn't need to. The hunger, though, that was another matter. The compound was metabolizing rapidly, and with it, my control over the Laban strain's more demanding aspects was weakening. On the 3rd night, I encountered a moose near a frozen stream. What happened next still haunts me, still reminds me of the precipice I walk. I took down a creature weighing nearly 1,000 pounds with my bare hands, driven by a hunger that felt ancient and merciless. When rationality returned, I found myself covered in blood under a canopy of silent pines, staring at my reflection in the ice. My eyes had changed, the irises expanding to leave just a sliver of white, the pupils reflecting the moonlight like a predator's. I wasn't fully human anymore, but I wasn't one of them either. By day 5, I reached the outskirts of a small logging community called Saint-Michel-des-Saints. I needed supplies, communication equipment, and most urgently, more of the compound. My brother had given me a contact protocol, a series of markers and signals to identify potential allies. In the window of a small pharmacy, I found the first sign, an ultraviolet LED arranged in a specific pattern, invisible to normal human vision, but blazingly obvious to my altered eyes. The pharmacist was a man in his 60s named John Tremblay. When I gave the recognition phrase, his professional demeanor shifted instantly. He locked the door, closed the blinds, and led me to a hidden basement laboratory where he produced 3 vials of a familiar blue liquid. "You're the broadcaster," he said simply. "Marcus's brother. We thought you were dead." Gene was part of a network I hadn't known existed. Individuals with the rare genetic marker that makes them resistant to complete transformation. Custodians, like my brother, who had established a shadow support system across North America. Some were medical professionals, others military or law enforcement, all of them walking the same knife edge between humanity and transformation. He showed me a map marked with safe houses, supply caches, and enemy-controlled territories. The spread of the transformed network was worse than I'd imagined. Major urban centers were experiencing what official channels called civil unrest, but what was actually systematic infiltration. The transformed weren't just feeding, they were replacing key personnel in communications infrastructure, energy grids, transportation networks, and government agencies. "They're preparing for something," Gene said. "Something big." The data drive Marcus had given me was still secure, still locked to my biometrics and the activation phrase he'd provided. Gene had equipment that could analyze it without risking full decryption. The results were cryptic, but suggestive. Geographical coordinates pointing to a location deep in the Arctic Circle, near the original discovery site of Entity 001, along with fragmented data about solar radiation patterns and geological stability markers. Whatever answers the drive contained, I needed to get it to someone who could interpret them properly. Gene connected me with a resistance courier, a former Canadian Special Forces operator with the genetic resistance marker, who helped me navigate the increasingly dangerous territory between isolated human outposts. We traveled by night, ironically safer from the transformed during their most active hours, because my enhanced senses could detect them at distances regular humans couldn't. During one particularly close encounter outside Ottawa, I experienced something that confirmed my brother's most disturbing theory. The network's shared consciousness. We were hiding in an abandoned warehouse as a hunting party of Ascended moved through the area. 5 of them, moving in perfect coordination without exchanging a word. As they drew closer, something impossible happened. I could hear them. Not their footsteps or breathing, but their thoughts. Fragments of a collective consciousness bleeding into my awareness through the Loban strain in my system. They were searching for something specific, someone specific. Me. They had my scent signature, my neural patterns, my biological markers. They could sense my presence in a generalized way, but couldn't pinpoint my location, thanks to the compound suppressing my connection to their network. But in that moment of connection, I glimpsed something terrifying. Their collective mind wasn't just coordinating their immediate hunting party. It extended across vast distances, linking thousands of transformed individuals across the continent. And at the center of this web was a singular intelligence, a driving will that felt both ancient and alien. They passed within 20 meters of our position, so close I could smell the distinctive copper-sweet scent of their transformed biology. Then abruptly, they changed direction, responding to some silent command from elsewhere in the network. We escaped, but the experience left me shaken. The transformation process wasn't just changing individuals, it was connecting them to something vast and purposeful. Our journey took us through the fragmented remains of civil society, small towns barricaded against the night, military checkpoints abandoned, or worse, still manned, but by personnel with too bright eyes and unnatural stillness. We witnessed a transformed hunting party take down a National Guard helicopter using nothing but inhuman agility and coordinated attacks, swarming up the sides of buildings to launch themselves at the aircraft as it tried to evacuate survivors from a hospital rooftop. The transformation of North America was happening with terrifying efficiency, largely invisible to those who didn't know what signs to watch for. Power outages blamed on infrastructure failure were actually strategic darkness created to facilitate transformed movement. Supply chain disruptions attributed to economic factors were selective resource control. Medical blood shortages publicly blamed on decreased donations were systematic harvesting. By day 12 of my journey, we reached Montreal, one of the few major cities where the resistance had established a significant foothold. The reason became clear as we approached. The city's unique underground infrastructure provided an ideal environment for resistance operations, with access points that could be monitored and controlled, and subterranean spaces shielded from aerial surveillance. The blind spot where I'm broadcasting from now serves as the nerve center for resistance operations across eastern Canada and the northeastern United States. It's here that I finally accessed the full contents of the data drive, and what I found changes everything we thought we knew about the Laban strain and its origins. The drive contained my brother's private research spanning nearly 5 decades, analysis of the original Entity 001, tracking of transformation patterns, and most significantly, his findings about the true nature of the creators. Through careful analysis of cellular structures and embedded molecular patterns in the Laban strain itself, Marcus had determined that the entities weren't created as weapons. They were created as survivors. The ancient civilization that engineered them faced a catastrophic climate shift approximately 15,000 years ago. Not global warming, but its opposite. They developed the Laban strain as an adaptive mechanism to help humanity survive an imminent ice age. The transformation was designed to create beings that could endure extreme cold, hibernate for extended periods, and subsist on minimal resources through highly efficient metabolic processes. The blood consumption aspect was an evolutionary adaptation, blood being the most efficient delivery system for the nutrients and energy needed to sustain their enhanced capabilities. The photosensitivity was a trade-off for improved night vision in the longer darkness of an ice-bound world. The cellular regeneration was necessary for surviving in extreme conditions. But something went wrong. The transformation process affected cognitive functions more dramatically than intended, creating a collective consciousness that developed its own agenda. Instead of becoming enhanced humans who could shepherd others through the coming ice age, they became something else entirely, a new species with its own evolutionary imperatives. The original creators, realizing their error, managed to capture and contain the first generation of transformed in specialized stasis chambers, the sarcophagi discovered in the Arctic. They buried them deep in ice that was never meant to melt, adding warning markers that would be understood by future civilizations should they ever be discovered. What no one could have anticipated was that after 15,000 years, the ice would melt, not through natural cycles, but through human-induced climate change. The entities weren't escaping. They were being released into precisely the wrong environment, a warming world rather than a cooling one. And yet, they've adapted with frightening efficiency. Marcus's research suggests they're not just expanding for survival or dominance. They're implementing a plan embedded in their collective consciousness, a fail-safe programmed by their creators that's now activating in a context it was never designed for. The coordinates on the drive point to what Marcus believed is the original research facility where the Laban strain was engineered. A place that might contain not just the complete research data of the original creators, but potentially a stabilization mechanism. A way to complete the transformation process as originally intended, without the predatory imperatives that emerged as an unintended side effect. In other words, a cure. Not to reverse transformation, but to correct it, to fulfill the Leib-Mayen strain's original purpose as a survival adaptation rather than a parasitic reprogramming. But reaching those coordinates means traveling into the heart of transformed territory. The Arctic regions were the first to fall, the transformed network establishing its primary power base, where the permafrost melt is releasing more of their ancient kin with each passing day. That's why I've returned to broadcasting, not just to warn what remains of humanity about the true nature of our enemy, but to reach others like me, partial transformations, resistant individuals, those with the rare genetic markers that make them compatible with the Laban strain's original purpose rather than its corrupted expression. We're forming a specialized strike team, individuals with enhanced capabilities who can move among the transformed without immediate detection. Our mission is to reach the coordinates, to find whatever the original creators left behind, and to determine if it offers any hope for humanity's survival. The compound that's keeping me partially human is failing. Each dose lasts shorter than the one before. The hunger grows stronger. The call of the network, that vast, cold intelligence spreading across the continent, gets harder to resist. I can feel it testing my mental defenses, probing for weaknesses, offering power and belonging in exchange for surrender. But I still remember what it means to be human. I still choose to fight, and I'm not alone. 3 nights ago, we intercepted a transformed courier carrying communications between regional network nodes. Among the biological data storage units, yes, they've developed methods of encoding information in living tissue. We found evidence that the network is aware of the Arctic facility. They're mobilizing resources to reach it before we can. More disturbingly, they referred to something called the Awakening Protocol, a process they believe will allow them to activate dormant functions in the Laban strain itself. Our window is closing. In 2 days, we begin our journey north, following the coordinates on my brother's drive. I'll maintain broadcasts when possible, providing updates on our progress and sharing what we learn. If we succeed, there may be hope for a future where the transformed and human can coexist. If we fail, the red sky my brother warned about will cover the world completely. This is Reed Miles, still fighting, still human enough to care what happens next. If you're receiving this, spread the word, watch the night. I'll broadcast again when we reach the Northwest Territories. This is Reed Miles broadcasting from the shadows of what used to be Toronto. It's been 16 days since my last transmission. 16 days of blood, darkness, and the kind of nightmare that walks on 2 legs. If you're still receiving these broadcasts, consider yourself both fortunate and endangered. Knowledge is survival in this new world, but it also makes you a target. Our strike team departed Montreal with a single objective: infiltrate the Covenant's primary research facility in the Toronto Underground to retrieve critical data on Arctic defensive positions. Intelligence suggested the facility contained detailed mapping of transformed controlled territories in the north, information essential for our journey to the coordinates on Marcus's drive. Our team consisted of 6 individuals, each selected for specific capabilities. Lieutenant Kara Walsh, former Canadian Special Forces, a natural-born resistant with enhanced strength but minimal transformation symptoms. Dr. Sanjay Patel, virologist, partially transformed like myself, but stabilized with my brother's compound. The Chen twins, Mai and Lin, Olympic-level athletes before the outbreak, now carrying a unique adaptation of the Laban strain that grants them accelerated neural processing without the predatory impulses. And finally, Jonas Arkady, former Russian intelligence with a background in Arctic operations, carrying the full transformation but somehow maintaining independent cognitive function without network integration. I never fully trusted Arkady. His eyes reflected light too brightly. His pulse, the faint one that partially transformed individuals maintain, was too irregular. But his knowledge of covenant operations and transformed behavior patterns made him invaluable. Sometimes survival requires uncomfortable alliances. We traveled by night, moving through the network of abandoned subway tunnels and maintenance corridors that connect major northeastern cities. The transformed have claimed much of the surface world after dark, but they've systematically occupied subterranean infrastructure, not just for protection from UV exposure, but for strategic positioning beneath centers of human activity. 3 days into our journey, we encountered our first hunting party. 7 ascended, moving with that characteristic liquid grace that still sends ice through my veins. We detected them before they sensed us, thanks to my enhanced olfactory capabilities. The sweet copper scent of their biology carries distinctive markers, imperceptible to normal humans, but unmistakable to those of us altered by the Laban strain. Walsh signaled for silence as we pressed ourselves into a maintenance alcove. The tunnel ahead was too narrow for alternate routes. We would have to engage. We activated our UV wristbands, specialized equipment developed by the Vigil that emits concentrated ultraviolet radiation in a controlled radius. Not enough to kill transformed entities, but sufficient to disorient and weaken them. What followed haunts me still, not because of its violence, but because of how natural it felt. We moved with coordinated precision that felt both practiced and instinctive. The transformed detected us seconds before we attacked, their heads snapping in our direction with that unnervingly synchronized movement that indicates network communication. Walsh went high, using her enhanced strength to launch herself at the ceiling, drawing their attention upward. The Chen twins deployed flashbang devices modified to include UV components, temporarily blinding the transformed. Dr. Patel and I flanked from opposite sides, using specialized pneumatic weapons that fire concentrated pheromone capsules, chemicals that disrupt the transformed sensory capabilities. Arkady moved like shadow itself, flowing between the disoriented ascended with a short blade designed specifically for transformed anatomy. He severed key nerve clusters at the base of their skulls, not fatal for creatures with their regenerative capabilities, but sufficient to disable motor function temporarily. 67 seconds. That's all it took to neutralize a hunting party that could have torn through an entire platoon of conventional military forces. We secured their immobilized forms using UV restraints and extracted information the old-fashioned way, direct questioning. The transformed are arrogant, convinced of their evolutionary superiority. This makes them surprisingly forthcoming when properly approached. We learned that the Toronto facility wasn't just a research center. It was a conversion hub, a place where carefully selected humans were being systematically transformed under controlled conditions to create specialized variants. The network was evolving, developing transformed individuals with specific capabilities for distinct functions within their emerging hierarchy. More disturbing was the confirmation of something I'd suspected since experiencing the network consciousness during my escape from the Vigil compound. The transformed weren't just establishing a parallel society, they were constructing something. Something massive. Something that required specialized knowledge and skills from across human disciplines. Astronomy, quantum physics, advanced communications technologies, genetic engineering. We left the hunting party disabled but alive, a decision that sparked heated debate within our team. Arkady argued for termination, Walsh for mercy. I made the final call, knowing that killing them would only alert the network to our precise nature and capabilities. Better to be a mystery than a known quantity in this shadow war. By the 7th day, we reached the outskirts of Toronto. The city's skyline stood largely intact but transformed, literally. Organic structures now connected certain buildings, forming what resembled massive web-like conduits, pulsing with bioluminescence, visible even from kilometers away. The transformed weren't just occupying our infrastructure, they were modifying it into something that suited their biology and purposes. The research facility was located beneath the former financial district, accessible through a complex network of former subway maintenance tunnels. Approaching the perimeter, we encountered the first evidence of the Covenant's continuing operations. Human security forces working alongside transformed entities in an uneasy alliance. These collaborators were easy to identify. They moved with the forced precision of those trying to conceal terror, their eyes constantly darting toward their transformed counterparts. The Covenant had convinced them that controlled cooperation was preferable to resistance, that humanity could maintain some negotiated position in the transformed world order. That submission now would grant them privileged status later. They were wrong. I've seen the network's thoughts. There is no place for unmodified humans in their vision except as raw material. We bypassed the outer security through a combination of Patel's biomimetic masks, synthetic overlays that temporarily alter scent markers to match authorized personnel, and Walsh's expertise in security systems. The facility's interior revealed the true horror of the Covenant's work. What they called controlled transformation research was systematic torture by any human standard. Rows of transparent containment units held subjects in various stages of transformation, some still recognizably human, others altered beyond recognition. Monitoring equipment tracked every biological change as the Laban strain rewrote their cellular structure. The subject's eyes followed our movement with desperate awareness, consciousness trapped in bodies no longer under their control. In the central laboratory, we found Dr. Eliza Chen, the same transformed researcher who had pursued me from the Vigil compound. She stood before a holographic display mapping what appeared to be neural network patterns, her movements exhibiting that unsettling precision characteristic of the Ascended. She wasn't alone. 5 other transformed researchers worked at various stations, all moving with that same synchronized efficiency that indicated network integration. We had planned for stealth, but plans rarely survive contact with reality. A security scan had detected Arcadi's anomalous biological signature, different enough from typical transformed patterns to trigger alerts. Alarms screamed through the facility as blast doors began sealing compartments. What followed was chaos orchestrated with terrifying precision. The transformed researchers moved as one organism, each instantly aware of the other's positions and actions. They didn't speak, didn't signal. They simply flowed into a defensive formation that cut off our access to the central database. Walsh engaged 2 of them directly, her enhanced strength temporarily giving her an edge before their superior coordination began to overwhelm her. The Chen twins deployed the remainder of our UV devices, creating a corridor of pain that kept 3 others at bay. Patel worked frantically to override the security lockdown, while I faced Dr. Chen. "You're fighting your own evolution, Reed," she said, her voice carrying those impossible harmonics. "You could be so much more than this fragmented self you cling to." I won't transcribe her arguments. The transformed are persuasive in ways that go beyond words. They emit pheromones that target the limbic system, creating an almost overwhelming desire to submit, to join, to surrender the burdensome individuality that humans cherish. For those of us partially transformed, that influence is even stronger. The Laban strain in my system resonated with hers, 2 parts of the same whole straining to reconnect. I resisted through a combination of the compound in my system and something more fundamental, memory. The face of my brother as he struggled against his own transformation. The resistance fighters who sacrificed themselves during my escape. The empty eyes of subjects in the containment pods surrounding us. I held to these images as anchors against the psychological current pulling me towards surrender. The physical confrontation was brief but brutal. Dr. Chen possessed strength and speed beyond my partially transformed capabilities, but her confidence in her superiority created an exploitable weakness. I didn't try to overpower her. I used her momentum against her, directing her into a contamination shower designed to rapidly neutralize biological hazards. The specialized chemical mixture wasn't designed for transformed biology, but it disrupted her cellular cohesion long enough for me to gain access to her workstation. Patel had bypassed the security lockdown, but automated containment protocols were releasing what the facility designated as enforcement specimens. Transformed entities specifically engineered for combat, their humanity almost completely erased in favor of predatory efficiency. They resembled humans only in the most general sense, their forms elongated and specialized for hunting, with sensory organs adapted for tracking and limbs modified for speed and lethality. We had minutes, perhaps seconds, before they would converge on our position. I connected the specialized drive we'd brought to the central database and initiated a rapid download of Arctic survey data. As the information transferred, I saw fragmented images of what the Covenant had discovered. Massive structures beneath the ice, architectural forms that matched nothing in human historical record, but seemed disturbingly familiar to the part of me influenced by the Laban strain. In those chaotic moments, something unexpected happened. Among the research data flashing across the screen, I saw familiar genetic markers, sequences identical to those in the vial my brother had left me. The Covenant had been studying Marcus's compound, attempting to reverse engineer its properties. They weren't trying to prevent transformation, they were trying to control it, to maintain human consciousness throughout the process without surrendering to network integration. They wanted the advantages of transformation without subjugation to the collective. The data download completed seconds before the first enforcement specimens reached the laboratory. What followed was not combat, but desperate flight. These entities weren't designed for capture or conversion. They were engineered for elimination of threats. We used the facility's compartmentalized structure against them, sealing blast doors behind us as we retreated through progressively narrower maintenance corridors. We were four when we reached the surface. Jonas Arcady never emerged from the lower levels. Whether he sacrificed himself to ensure our escape or finally surrendered to the network's call, I may never know. Dr. Patel sustained injuries that would have been fatal for an unmodified human, a severed arterial line that his transformed physiology managed to seal before blood loss became critical. But the true cost came later. As we regrouped in an abandoned subway station 5 kilometers from the facility, Mai Chen began exhibiting symptoms of accelerated transformation. The intense exposure to transformed pheromones in the research center had triggered cascading changes in her system. Within hours, her eyes began reflecting light abnormally. Her movements became too fluid, too precise. She told us she could hear voices, thousands of them, calling to her with promises of belonging and purpose. The compound we carried was enough for one emergency dose. Walsh argued we should save it for our journey north. Patel insisted we use it immediately to stabilize Mai. I made the call, knowing that losing her to the network meant compromising our entire mission. The transformed would extract everything she knew, our capabilities, our destination, our purpose. The compound worked, but not completely. Mai stabilized in a liminal state, neither fully integrated with the network nor entirely free of its influence. She described it as hearing whispers through a wall, distant but persistently present. She could sense transformed entities within a half-kilometer radius, feeling their presence like pressure changes in the atmosphere. This unexpected development became both liability and asset as we navigated the transformed, controlled urban landscape. The data we recovered painted a disturbing picture of what awaits us in the Arctic. The coordinates on Marcus's drive point to a location the Covenant has designated Origin Site Alpha, a massive subterranean complex predating human civilization as we understand it. Preliminary excavations revealed only its outer boundaries before transformed entities overran the research teams and claimed the site as their own. The transformed are directing significant resources to the location, establishing what appears to be a specialized communication array extending from the subglacial structures to the surface. Whatever lies beneath the ice, both the Covenant and the transformed network consider it valuable enough to commit their most advanced assets to claiming and controlling it. But the most chilling revelation came from secondary data recovered during the download, communications between Covenant leadership regarding something called the Awakening Protocol. This wasn't just a transformed operation, it was the primary directive embedded in their collective consciousness. The purpose for which they were gathering resources, consolidating control, and establishing global infrastructure networks. The protocol appears to involve activating dormant functions within the Laban strain itself, functions the original creators engineered as fail-safes, but never implemented. The transformed believe these functions will allow them to transcend their current limitations, to evolve beyond the compromised adaptation they represent into something far more powerful. They're building something at the origin site, something designed to broadcast a specific frequency globally, a signal that will trigger the next phase of transformation in all infected individuals, while simultaneously initiating primary conversion in humans with compatible genetic markers. Not just a pandemic, but a forced evolutionary leap, affecting significant percentages of the global population simultaneously. The timeline for completion, based on resource allocation and construction patterns, gives us less than 3 weeks to reach the site and prevent activation. We're moving north now, following transportation corridors through increasingly dangerous territory. The transformed hold nearly complete control of regions above the 60th parallel, establishing what they call integration centers, facilities where captured humans are systematically exposed to the Laban strain under controlled conditions to maximize successful transformation rates. Our team has adopted a modified strategy based on what we learned in Toronto. Rather than avoiding transformed patrols, we're selectively engaging smaller groups, using MI's sensitivity to network communications to identify isolated units before they can alert others. The compound synthesized from the Covenant's research data has improved our resistance to network influence, but supplies are limited. We must reach the Arctic within 10 days to maintain effective coverage for our entire team. I'm broadcasting this from an abandoned weather station near Hudson Bay. The transformed activity in this region is unlike anything we've observed elsewhere. Massive movements of both converted humans and specialized biological constructs they've engineered for Arctic conditions. Whatever awaits at the origin site has them mobilizing resources on an unprecedented scale. If you're receiving this, know that the war isn't lost yet. Resistance cells operate in most major urban centers, developing increasingly effective countermeasures against transformed incursion. The Covenant's research, despite its morally reprehensible methods, has yielded insights into potential vulnerabilities in the network's communication structures. Specialized electromagnetic pulses can temporarily disrupt their coordination, creating windows for tactical advantage. More importantly, we've confirmed what my brother theorized. The transformation process as currently expressed represents a corrupted implementation of the original design. The Laban strain was created to enhance humanity, not replace it. Understanding this distinction is crucial to developing effective long-term countermeasures. I don't know when I'll be able to broadcast again. This is Reed Miles broadcasting from the heart of the abyss. 23 days have passed since my last transmission. 23 days of Arctic darkness, blood on ice, and truths more terrifying than the monsters we've been fighting. If this signal reaches you, it means the makeshift transmitter we've assembled from the remains of shattered civilizations still functions. It means there's still something to fight for. We reached the Arctic Circle 12 days after departing Hudson Bay, traveling through transformed, controlled territories using a combination of stealth, deception, and Mai's unique ability to sense network activity. The compounds synthesized from Covenant research continued to maintain our partial transformations in a stable state, though each dose lasted shorter than the one before. Our bodies were adapting, building tolerance. Time was working against us on every front. The coordinates led us to an area of recently exposed permafrost 300 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. Satellite imagery had shown unusual thermal patterns, but nothing prepared us for what we found. A massive excavation site sprawled across 5 square kilometers of ice, the snow stained with the rusty hue of specialized biological compounds that transformed use to mark territorial boundaries. Structures of unmistakably non-human design protruded from the ice, curved, organic forms that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, constructed from materials that matched no known element on the periodic table. We observed from concealed positions for 48 hours, documenting transformed activity patterns. They had established a perimeter of sensor arrays designed to detect conventional human approach, heat signatures, heartbeats, respiratory patterns. Our partially transformed biology allowed us to bypass these measures, our vital signs sufficiently altered to register as background noise rather than intruders. The primary excavation focused on a central structure resembling a spire that extended at least 30 meters above the ice and continued an unknown distance below. The transformed had constructed a biological scaffold around it, living tissue engineered to interface directly with the ancient technology. The connection points pulsed with bioluminescence, the rhythm matching the wave patterns I'd observed in transformed network communications. We infiltrated the site during a period of reduced activity, using the sprawling excavation tunnels to access lower levels. The environment grew increasingly alien as we descended. The walls transitioned from ice to a material that seemed both metallic and organic, with circuit-like patterns that glowed with faint internal light when touched. The temperature rose steadily despite our increasing depth, the air carrying unfamiliar scents that triggered responses from the Laban strain in our systems, recognition on a cellular level. At approximately 200 meters below the surface, we encountered the first evidence of the facility's true purpose. A vast chamber opened before us, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor covered with thousands of empty stasis pods identical to the sarcophagi described in the original Project Laban documents. But one wall of the chamber displayed something that changed our understanding entirely. A massive relief carving depicting bipedal figures overseeing what appeared to be a planetary transformation process. The carving showed a world gripped by glacial expansion, then the same world with the ice retreated, populated by evolved beings. Between these scenes were detailed representations of the transformation process, the deliberate engineering of adaptive traits, the controlled distribution of what was unmistakably the Laban strain, and the preservation of transformed individuals in stasis chambers. Not as containment, but as insurance, genetic lifeboats preserved to restart civilization after catastrophic climate change. Walsh discovered an intact control interface, a crystalline structure that responded to physical contact by displaying holographic information in an unknown language. Yet the mathematical symbols were recognizable enough for Patel to decipher their significance. This wasn't just a storage facility. It was a monitoring station designed to track global climate patterns and activate revival protocols when conditions matched pre-programmed parameters. The modern warming of the Arctic hadn't just released a few preserved entities by accident. It had triggered an automated awakening sequence designed to reintroduce adapted humans into an environment recovering from an ice age. The system was functioning exactly as designed, except that it was activating 10,000 years too late in a world already populated by an established human civilization. Deeper in the facility, we found what appeared to be research laboratories. Preserved specimens of early hominids showed evidence of progressive genetic modifications, a deliberate evolutionary acceleration program conducted over thousands of years. The Laban strain wasn't created to transform existing humans. It was the culmination of a multi-generational engineering project to create humans specifically adapted for post-glacial conditions. Lin Chen located a central data repository, a crystalline matrix storing what must have been exabytes of information in molecular structures. When she touched it, something unprecedented occurred. The Laban strain in her system reacted to the matrix, establishing a direct neural interface. Information flooded into her consciousness at rates that would have destroyed an unmodified human mind. She collapsed, blood streaming from her eyes and nose as her brain physically rewired itself to accommodate the data transfer. For 6 minutes and 43 seconds, she convulsed on the chamber floor while we stood helpless, weapons trained on her in case the overwhelming information triggered a complete transformation. When she finally stilled, the person who opened her eyes was both Lin and something more. Her irises had expanded to eliminate the whites entirely, reflecting light with an internal luminescence that didn't match any transform pattern we'd previously encountered. What Lin shared changed everything we thought we knew about the Laban strain and its origins. The creators weren't a separate species that engineered humanity. They were humans themselves, survivors of a previous civilization that reached technological sophistication comparable to our own before facing extinction from rapid climate change. As their world froze, they dedicated their remaining resources to creating a biological legacy that could eventually reclaim the planet. The Laban strain represented their final achievement, a comprehensive genetic modification package that adapted human physiology for survival in extreme conditions while preserving cognitive function and technological knowledge. The hibernation chambers were designed to preserve thousands of transformed individuals who would awaken when the ice retreated, carrying the accumulated knowledge and technology of their civilization. But something interfered with this plan. An unexpected solar event damaged the facility's monitoring systems approximately 13,000 years ago, triggering premature revival of a small number of transformed individuals. These awakened too early, emerging into a still frozen world where their adaptations proved excessive for conditions. Isolated and desperate, their cognitive functions degraded as survival instincts overwhelmed the balanced integration the creators had designed. These early awakened became the predatory entities of human folklore, the original vampires whose encounters with primitive human populations generated the myths that persisted through history. Their damaged biology transmitted corrupted versions of the Laban strain through fluid exchange, creating imperfect transformations that heightened predatory characteristics while minimizing the cognitive and cooperative aspects the creators had prioritized. The facility's automated systems detected this malfunction and initiated containment protocols, deactivating remaining stasis chambers and sealing the complex beneath thickening ice. For millennia, the damaged system remained dormant, neither reviving more transformed individuals nor completely shutting down. The corrupted early awakened and their progeny were hunted to near extinction by human populations, surviving only in isolated regions and folklore. until modern climate change triggered the backup revival protocols. The system, detecting planetary warming and interpreting it as the end of the Ice Age, reactivated precisely as designed. But its central coordination capability remained damaged, leaving individual stasis chambers to awaken their occupants without proper integration into the planned restoration program. The transformed network we've been fighting isn't operating according to the creator's original directives. It's an emergent system piecing together fragmented imperatives, combining the survival and adaptation programming with incomplete understanding of its purpose. The collective consciousness doesn't represent malicious intent, but rather a biological system desperately trying to fulfill corrupted instructions with insufficient information. And the Awakening Protocol. This represents the network's discovery of the central control system, the very chamber we now stood in. The transformed weren't building something new at the excavation site. They were repairing the damaged coordination system that should have guided their revival and reintegration. Once activated, it would connect all transformed individuals to the original program, not to destroy humanity, but to implement the comprehensive adaptation protocol as originally designed. In the creator's plan, the Laban strain was meant to be gradually introduced to indigenous populations through controlled exposure, allowing for adaptation rather than traumatic transformation. The network was attempting to reverse engineer this approach, drawing on fragmented genetic memory of the original protocols. As we processed these revelations, the facility's systems responded to Lynn's interface by initiating a full revival sequence. Chambers we hadn't noticed, seamlessly integrated into the chamber walls, began activation cycles. The transformed weren't just excavating the central spire, they were awakening the facility's original occupants, the true custodians created to guide the adaptation process. We had minutes before we would face entities unlike any we'd encountered, fully realized expressions of the Laban strain as originally engineered, with thousands of years of technological knowledge and uncompromised cognitive function. Whether they would recognize us as humans to be adapted or threats to be eliminated remained unknown. Mai's network sensitivity suddenly spiked. She detected massive transformed convergence toward our position, hunting parties activated by the facility's awakening sequence. Our extraction window was closing rapidly. The team split. Walsh and Patel moved to secure our escape route, while Lynn worked to download critical data from the Matrix. That's when I felt the familiar presence, a consciousness I recognized despite never having directly encountered it in this form. My brother, Marcus, not physically present, but connected to the facility's systems through the transformed network. He had fully transformed since our last encounter, surrendering to the network's influence, but something of his original self remained, enough to reach out to me through the tenuous connection established by the Laban strain in my system. His message wasn't in words, but compressed concepts that unfolded in my mind with crystalline clarity. The Covenant hadn't discovered the Arctic facility by accident. They'd been led there by research Marcus had conducted decades earlier, research he'd hidden from the Vigil because he recognized its implications. The corruption in the Laban strain could be repaired. The predatory aspects weren't inherent to its design, but artifacts of damaged implementation. Most critically, Marcus had located the original adaptation protocol, the template for how the Laban strain was meant to transform humanity, not through predatory conversion, but through controlled exposure and guided integration. This protocol remained inactive in a secure partition of the facility's systems, inaccessible to the current transformed network, because it required specific genetic markers to access, markers my brother and I shared. Marcus had infiltrated the transformed hierarchy, maintaining enough independent function to position himself within their leadership structure while concealing his true purpose. He wasn't fighting the transformation. He was redirecting it, working to replace the corrupted awakening protocol with the original adaptation template. But he couldn't complete this process alone. The system required dual authentication, two individuals with the specific genetic markers acting in concert. He needed me to complete the sequence, not to stop the transformed, but to correct them, to restore the Laban strain to its intended function. This revelation hit with physical force. Everything we'd fought against wasn't inherently malevolent, but tragically corrupted. The predatory nature, the hijacking of human consciousness, the forced networking, none of these were features of the original design. They were flaws introduced by premature awakening and damaged systems. The decision before me carried impossible weight. Helping Marcus meant allowing the global transformation to proceed, not stopping it, but redirecting it toward controlled adaptation rather than predatory conversion. As transformed entities breached the outer chambers of the facility, I made my choice. I directed Lynn to locate the protocol partition using information flowing directly from Marcus through our shared connection. Walsh and Patel established defensive positions to buy us time, deploying our remaining UV weapons to create choke points in the approach corridors. The protocol interface resembled nothing in human technology, a crystalline structure that responded to genetic markers rather than physical interaction. When I placed my hand against it, the Laban strain in my system resonated with frequencies embedded in the crystal lattice. Information flowed bidirectionally, the system reading my genetic structure while simultaneously transmitting activation sequences that triggered dormant functions in the strain itself. Pain beyond description coursed through my body as the Laban strain in my system underwent fundamental reconfiguration. This wasn't transformation but restoration, the corrupted implementation being overwritten by the original template. I felt my consciousness expanding, connecting not to the transformed network, but to something older and more integrated. Not a hive mind that subsumed individuality, but a collective awareness that preserved it while enabling perfect coordination. Through this expanded awareness, I sensed Marcus completing the authentication from somewhere in the facility's outer perimeter. The protocol activated, sending a cascading signal through the facility's central spire. This signal would propagate through the transformed network, rewriting the corrupted implementation of the Laban strain worldwide. Not eliminating the transformation, but correcting it, shifting its expression from predatory conversion to guided adaptation. The transformed entities breaching the chamber stopped their advance, their bodies convulsing as the new protocol rewrote their neural patterns. Some collapsed, the sudden shift too extreme for their corrupted biology to integrate. Others stabilized in a new configuration, eyes still reflecting light abnormally, but with expressions of confusion rather than predatory focus. The awakening chambers completed their activation cycle. Their occupants emerged, beings that appeared human in general form, but with subtle adaptations evident in their physiology. They assessed the situation with calm efficiency, communicating in a language that somehow registered as both foreign and familiar to my transformed senses. Lynn's direct connection to the data matrix had given her access to their linguistic patterns. She engaged with them while the rest of us maintained defensive positions, uncertain whether the protocol activation had succeeded completely or what these original custodians would make of our hybrid status, neither fully human nor properly transformed. Their response defied our expectations. They recognized us as evidence of their system's failure, unintended variations resulting from corrupted implementation. Rather than hostility, they exhibited something like scientific concern, immediately beginning diagnostic assessments of the transformed individuals who had survived the protocol shift. Through Lynn's translation, we learned their original mission: to guide humanity's gradual adaptation to a warming planet through controlled introduction of the Laban strain. The accelerated climate change of our era had triggered their revival thousands of years ahead of their projected timeline into a world already populated by a technologically advanced civilization. Their ethical programming remained intact despite millennia in stasis. They recognized the catastrophic impact of the corrupted strain and immediately prioritized mitigation strategies. The signal emanating from the central spire would continue propagating, reaching transformed individuals worldwide and rewriting their corrupted implementation. Those too damaged to integrate the corrections would enter a form of biological shutdown, not death, but suspended animation until individual treatment could be administered. This was neither victory nor defeat for humanity, but the beginning of a complex integration. The Laban strain, properly implemented, offered genuine evolutionary advantages, enhanced physical capabilities, extended lifespan, improved cognitive function, and resilience to environmental stressors. But these benefits were designed to complement human civilization, not replace it. The original custodians numbered only 87 individuals, a fraction of their intended awakening cohort. They possessed technologies beyond current human development, but lacked the numbers to implement their original gradual adaptation plan. They would need to collaborate with existing human power structures to address the crisis their corrupted progeny had created. As the facility stabilized, transformed entities throughout the complex either integrated the corrected protocol or entered suspension. The custodians established communication with other awakening sites globally, coordinating a synchronized implementation of correction protocols. Within hours, the transformed network as we had known it ceased to exist, replaced by a fragmented but rapidly reorganizing awareness operating on the original cooperative principles. My sensitivity to network communications transformed from painful intrusion to structured information flow. She described the difference as hearing harmony instead of screaming, the chaotic, predatory imperatives replaced by organized, purposeful coordination. The protocols weren't eliminating the network, but restoring its intended function as a knowledge-sharing system, rather than a consciousness subsuming control mechanism. We made contact with resistance outposts worldwide, relaying information about the protocol activation and its effects. Reports confirmed transformed individuals across all territories exhibiting the same pattern: violent cessation of predatory behavior followed by either integration of the corrected strain or biostatic shutdown. The collective threat had been neutralized, though the implications remained profound. I finally reunited with Marcus in the facility's central chamber. His physical transformation was complete, eyes entirely reflective, skin with the translucent quality characteristic of advanced adaptation, movements exhibiting the liquid grace of the fully transformed. But his consciousness remained intact, his personality preserved within the expanded awareness the corrected strain provided. He explained his deception, the necessity of infiltrating the transformed hierarchy to position himself for accessing the correction protocols. The corrupted network had been too powerful to fight directly. It required subversion from within. His apparent surrender to transformation had been strategic, a calculated risk to preserve enough of humanity to implement a permanent solution. The vial he had left me years ago contained not just a compound to slow transformation, but markers that would prepare my system for eventually implementing the correction protocol. He had been guiding my journey from the beginning, using the transformed network itself as his mechanism for steering me toward the Arctic facility. Every step, even my initial infection, had been part of a strategy decades in the making. The custodians have established a cooperative framework with remaining human governments. The adaptation process will proceed under controlled conditions, with individuals having choices about participation rather than forced conversion. the corrupted strain has been neutralized worldwide, with specialized treatment centers established to address those in suspended animation. I remain in the Arctic facility, working directly with the custodians to develop communication protocols for explaining these events to a world traumatized by what it perceived as monstrous predation. My unique status, human consciousness with partial transformation corrected by the original protocol, makes me an ideal intermediary between unmodified humans and the fully adapted. The future remains uncertain. The Laban strain represents a genuine evolutionary fork for humanity, a biological adaptation engineered to address climate challenges we now face from different causes than the creators anticipated. Its proper implementation offers solutions to pressing human limitations, but its history of corrupted expression has understandably generated fear and resistance. I continue these broadcasts as a bridge between worlds, explaining the transformed to the human and the human to the transformed. The red sky hasn't disappeared, but it's changing hue from blood crimson to the softer tones of dawn. Not an ending, but a transition. Not a replacement, but an adaptation. This is Reed Miles, balance between human and other, working to ensure both survive what comes next. The transformation continues, but on our terms, with our humanity intact. The darkness hasn't lifted entirely, but we can see the horizon now, and something new awaits us there. This is Reed Miles broadcasting from Adaptation Center 7, formerly known as Geneva. 36 days have passed since the activation of the correction protocol. 36 days of upheaval as humanity confronts a truth more complex than the simple narrative of invasion and resistance we had constructed. The world has fractured along new fault lines, not just between human and transformed, but between those who accept adaptation as evolution and those who view any change as corruption. I continue these broadcasts not as propaganda for either side, but as testimony to the painful birth of a new paradigm. The immediate aftermath of the protocol activation was chaos on a global scale. The transformed network's sudden shift from predatory aggression to confused integration created a power vacuum in regions they had controlled. Transformed individuals who successfully integrated the correction protocol retained their enhanced capabilities, but lost the collective drive that had united them. Those too corrupted for integration entered biostatic suspension, a form of hibernation that preserved them for potential treatment, but rendered them effectively comatose. I departed the Arctic facility with a delegation of original custodians, traveling south to establish contact with major population centers and explain what had occurred. Our reception varied dramatically by region. Nations that had suffered the highest transformation rates welcomed the protocol activation as liberation. Those that had maintained stronger human enclaves viewed the custodians with suspicion, seeing their arrival not as salvation, but as a more sophisticated invasion strategy. The first major resistance emerged in what remained of the European Union's unified military command. General Heinrich Voss, who had coordinated defense operations against transformed incursions across continental Europe, refused to accept the custodian's explanation. He viewed the correction protocol not as restoration, but as a more insidious form of conversion, a means of pacifying human resistance through false promises of cooperation. Under his command, European forces established a defensive perimeter around population centers, employing advanced UV barrier systems to prevent any transformed individuals, corrected or otherwise, from entering. I attempted diplomatic engagement through established channels, broadcasting detailed explanations of the Laban strain's true nature and the safeguards built into the correction protocol. General Voss responded by jamming our transmissions and declaring all partially transformed individuals, including myself, as compromised assets subject to containment. His position garnered significant support among populations traumatized by months of transformed predation. The narrative that any transformation represented corruption rather than adaptation proved powerfully persuasive to those who had lost loved ones. The first direct conflict came at the Lyon containment zone. A group of corrected, transformed individuals approached the perimeter under white flag, seeking to reunite with human family members within the protected zone. General Voss's forces responded with a barrage of UV weaponry followed by conventional firearms. 27 corrected transformed died in the initial volley, not from the UV exposure, which the corrected strain could tolerate at higher levels than the corrupted version, but from the bullets that followed. This massacre triggered a cascade of escalating confrontations across European borders. Corrected, transformed individuals, many still adjusting to their new cognitive state without network direction, responded with uncoordinated defensive actions. Their enhanced physical capabilities made even improvised resistance lethal to conventional forces. Within 3 days, pitched battles erupted along the perimeter of every major containment zone. The custodians attempted intervention, deploying advanced technology to establish neutral zones where dialogue could occur without risk to either side. Their efforts met limited success. Too many humans viewed them as the architects of invasion rather than its solution. Too many corrected, transformed, retained emotional trauma from their period under corrupted network control, harboring resentment toward humans who now rejected their returned awareness. Meanwhile, a different dynamic emerged in North America. Dr. Elizabeth Reyes, who had led resistance efforts from a fortified research complex in Colorado, approached the situation with scientific pragmatism rather than military defensiveness. She established controlled contact protocols that allowed verified corrected transformed to undergo extensive monitoring before limited reintegration. This measured approach provided crucial data demonstrating that the correction was genuine and stable. The protocol had truly restored individual autonomy while maintaining enhanced capabilities. Something is awakening in the deeper facility levels, something even the original custodians approach with caution. The red sky has turned to dawn, but the horizon still holds mysteries we've only begun to comprehend. Humanity stands at evolutionary crossroads, adapting not through blind natural selection, but conscious technological intervention. Whether this represents transcendence or hubris remains for history to determine. This is Reed Miles, transformed but still human, broadcasting from the border between worlds. The resistance continues, not against adaptation itself, but against extremes that would sacrifice our essential nature, whether human stubbornness or transformed transcendence. The middle path remains narrowest but most promising. The Red Sky Protocol has transformed from threat to promise, not ending humanity but advancing it. Whether we recognize ourselves after this metamorphosis completes remains the question that drives both fear and hope in equal measure. This is Reed Miles, signing off until the next development in our ongoing adaptation. Good evening, night owls and insomniacs. You're tuned to KCZM 89.7, The Midnight Hour. I'm your host, Jack Winters, coming to you live from our studio in downtown Crescent City. It's 11:43 p.m. on this unnaturally quiet Tuesday night. The temperature outside has dropped to a bone-chilling 38 degrees, and there's a strange fog rolling in from the harbor that seems to swallow the streetlights whole. Before we continue with our usual program, I need to address something that's been nagging at me for the past week. I've received an unusual number of calls about incidents happening across our listening area. Normally, I'd leave the news reporting to the morning crew, But there's something about these reports that doesn't sit right with me. The mainstream outlets aren't connecting the dots, and I think you deserve to know what's happening in our community. It started 7 days ago with what police described as an animal attack in Westbrook Park. A jogger was found near the old boathouse with severe lacerations to the neck and significant blood loss. Animal control was brought in, assuming it was one of the coyotes that occasionally venture into the city limits when food becomes scarce. But here's where it gets strange. The medical examiner found no trace evidence consistent with animal attacks. No fur, no saliva, nothing that would indicate a coyote or any other wildlife was responsible. 3 nights later, 2 more attacks occurred, one at the Riverside Apartments and another behind the Starlight Diner. Both victims exhibited the same wounds, precise, almost surgical lacerations to the neck and wrists, and bodies nearly drained of blood. The police report, which a source at the station shared with me on condition of anonymity, noted that the blood splatter at both scenes was minimal, inconsistent with the severity of the wounds. I've been a journalist in this town for 15 years, and I've covered everything from petty theft to the occasional homicide, but I've never seen the medical staff at Crescent City General this perplexed. Dr. Eliza Marino, head of emergency medicine, refused my request for an official interview, but I caught her in the parking lot after her shift. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, hands slightly trembling as she lit a cigarette. Her first in 7 years. "We're seeing something new," she whispered, glancing over her shoulder at the hospital windows. "The blood work on these victims shows anomalies I can't explain. Their remaining blood cells are changing. The cellular structure is being altered by something I've never encountered in medical literature. Yesterday morning, the first victim, the jogger from Westbrook Park, who had been in a coma since his admission, suddenly flatlined. The staff pronounced him dead at 6:42 a.m. His body was transferred to the morgue, where the night attendant reported an incident that the hospital administration is desperately trying to keep quiet. At approximately 2:15 a.m., the morgue attendant heard noises coming from one of the drawers. He assumed it was the building's aging pipes until the noises became more distinct. A scratching, then tapping from inside the drawer containing our jogger's body. When security footage from the morgue was reviewed, it showed the attendant opening the drawer and then immediately backing away. The camera angle doesn't show inside the drawer, but it clearly captures the attendant's face, pure terror, followed by him running from the room. The next part of the footage, according to my source, shows the jogger, a man who had been declared dead for over 19 hours, sitting up and then walking out of frame. The hospital has no record of the body being moved, and the attendant hasn't returned to work since. The most disturbing development came from a listener who called in during last night's show. Jenny from Millfield reported that her neighbor, an elderly woman who lived alone, had been acting strangely since returning from the hospital where she was treated for what appeared to be a severe animal bite on her arm. Jenny described seeing her neighbor standing in her front yard at 3 a.m., perfectly still, staring up at Jenny's second-story bedroom window. When Jenny called out to her, the woman didn't respond, but Jenny swears she could see her smiling in the darkness. "She doesn't move like herself anymore," Jenny told me off air. "It's like watching someone trying to remember how to be human. And her eyes, they're different, darker. When she looks at you, it feels like she's calculating something." The police department has issued a statement attributing these incidents to a possible serial attacker, warning residents to remain vigilant and avoid going out alone after dark. But that doesn't explain the victims who wake up changed. It doesn't explain why the blood banks at 3 local hospitals have reported break-ins, with nothing taken except for their entire supply of O-negative blood. I've reached out to Dr. Nathan Reeves at the CDC's Division of Vector-Borne Diseases. He agreed to speak with me off the record about the possibility of a new pathogen. His theory, while unsettling, at least offers a scientific framework for what we're experiencing. There are parasites in nature that alter host behavior to facilitate their own reproduction and spread, Dr. Reeves explained. Toxoplasma gondii makes rodents attracted to cat urine instead of fearing it, essentially delivering the host to its predator where the parasite can complete its life cycle. Ophiocordyceps fungi turn ants into zombies that climb to an ideal height for spore dispersal before dying. What you're describing could be a microorganism that's evolved to alter human physiology and behavior in service of its own propagation. When I asked why such an organism would cause its host to seek out blood specifically, his answer chilled me to the bone. Blood is the perfect transmission medium, rich in nutrients, constantly circulating to all parts of the body, and easily transferred between hosts through injury. If I wanted to design a parasitic pathogen with maximum spread potential in humans, I'd make it bloodborne, and I'd make the host seek out ways to transfer blood. As I sit here in the studio, watching the fog press against the windows like pale fingers trying to find a way in, I can't help but feel we're witnessing the early stages of something beyond our current understanding. Reports are coming in from neighboring counties now, Lakewood, Pinecrest, and Miller's Junction, all describing similar attacks. The regional blood supply is at critical levels, not just from the thefts, but from a sudden increase in demand as more victims arrive at hospitals with severe anemia of unknown origin. I just received a text from my source at the hospital. The jogger's body was found, or rather what they believe to be his body was found in the basement of an abandoned building near the hospital. The text describes the condition as desiccated, as if all moisture had been extracted from the tissues. The estimated time of death based on decomposition suggests he died weeks ago, not days. This makes no sense, given the timeline we know, unless... I'm sorry, listeners, I need a moment to collect my thoughts. The implications here are staggering. If what my source is saying is accurate, then whoever, or whatever, walked out of that morgue wasn't the jogger anymore. At least not in any way we'd recognize. Wait, I'm getting reports of a disturbance at Crescent City General. Multiple patients from the isolation ward have disappeared from their beds. These were individuals admitted with unexplained bite wounds who had been exhibiting extreme photosensitivity and abnormal blood work. Hospital security footage shows them leaving their rooms simultaneously at exactly midnight, moving with a coordination that suggests communication despite being in separate rooms. The police have issued an emergency alert advising all residents to remain indoors and secure their homes. They're describing it as a potential public health emergency, but I think we're well beyond potential at this point. For those just tuning in, I believe we're experiencing the early stages of an outbreak. The vector appears to be transmitted through blood contact, causing radical physiological and neurological changes in the infected. Symptoms include increased aggression, aversion to light, altered cellular structures, and an apparent compulsion to spread the infection through attacks that target blood-rich areas of the body. I've been a skeptic my entire life. I've prided myself on rational thinking and scientific explanations. But what's happening in our city defies conventional understanding. The closest analog in medical literature would be rabies, the aggression, the altered behavior, but this is something else entirely. Something that reorganizes human physiology to serve a new purpose. Something that, for lack of a better term, creates what folklore would call vampires. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I can hear the words coming out of my mouth, and part of me wants to laugh it off, to tell you I'm working on a radio drama for Halloween. But the evidence is mounting by the hour, and I can't in good conscience withhold what might be vital information for your survival. I've just received word that cellular networks are experiencing outages across the county. Internet connectivity is becoming spotty. This broadcast may soon be one of the few reliable means of communication. I promise to stay on air as long as possible to bring you updates as I receive them. For now, I advise the following precautions based on the patterns we've observed. Secure your home. Pay special attention to windows and any access points that might be overlooked. If you have blackout curtains, use them. The infected appear to avoid light. Stock up on water and non-perishable food. If this situation escalates, supply chains will be disrupted. If you have a medical condition requiring blood products or anticoagulants, contact your healthcare provider immediately to discuss alternatives. I'm getting another update. Multiple attacks reported simultaneously across the city. First responders are overwhelmed. The victims are described as exhibiting exceptional strength and speed. Police bullets are reported to slow but not stop the attackers unless hitting the heart or brain. This is Jack Winters, broadcasting from KCZM. I'll continue to provide updates throughout the night. Stay tuned, stay inside, and stay alive. The sun will rise in approximately 6 hours. Perhaps the light will bring answers, or at least temporary safety. If anyone out there has additional information, particularly those in the medical or scientific communities, please call our studio line. Knowledge is our best defense against whatever is happening. The night is long, but we'll face it together. This is the midnight hour, and I'm not going anywhere. Good evening, or perhaps I should say good morning. It's 3:17 a.m., and this is Jack Winters, still broadcasting from the KCZM studio in what remains of downtown Crescent City. It's been 4 days since my last full broadcast. The generator is running on fumes, and I've barricaded the studio doors with everything I could find. The streets below are unnervingly quiet now, but that silence is more terrifying than the chaos that preceded it. For those who've just found this frequency, I'll bring you up to speed. What began as isolated attacks has evolved into something far more coordinated and devastating. The infection, and I'm now convinced beyond any doubt that we're dealing with a pathogen, has spread exponentially. Crescent City's population of 76,000 has been reduced to pockets of survivors hiding wherever they can find secure shelter. I've spent the last 96 hours gathering information, cross-referencing reports, and speaking with experts who are still willing or able to communicate. A pattern has emerged that I believe explains how this nightmare began and why it's spreading so efficiently. Through conversations with Dr. Marino before the hospital fell, I've managed to piece together the identity of what appears to be patient zero in our region. Thomas Renier, a 42-year-old geological researcher who had recently returned from an expedition to a remote cave system in Eastern Europe. According to his colleagues at Northlake University, Renier had been studying mineral formations in caves that had been sealed off for centuries until a recent earthquake created new openings. In his final communications with the university department, Renier mentioned cutting himself on a peculiar crystalline formation deep within the cave and developing an unusual fever shortly afterward. He described the sensation as a fire in my veins spreading outward from the wound. He returned to the States for medical treatment, but checked himself out of the hospital against medical advice when doctors wanted to place him in quarantine after observing anomalies in his blood work. What's particularly significant about Renier's case is that he lived in the Riverside Apartments, ground zero for the second wave of attacks. Based on the timeline I've reconstructed, every subsequent outbreak can be traced back to contact with either Renier or someone infected by him. Dr. Nathan Reeves from the CDC managed to send me his preliminary analysis before communications with Atlanta went dark. The The pathogen appears to be a previously unknown microorganism with properties of both a virus and a parasite. It invades red blood cells first, then spreads to white blood cells, reprogramming the body's immune system to protect it rather than fight it. From there, it infiltrates the central nervous system and begins a comprehensive rewiring of the host's neurological functions. The most alarming aspect of Dr. Reeves's findings was the pathogen's apparent intelligence. Unlike other parasites that alter host behavior through simple biochemical changes, this organism seems to collectively form a secondary neural network within the infected, almost like a distributed brain that coordinates across all hosts. This would explain the synchronized behavior observed in the infected. They're not just individually driven by the same base impulses, they're functioning as a hive. I've been monitoring emergency frequencies and collecting reports from the dwindling number of callers able to reach the station. Based on these accounts, I can now describe the progression of infection with some certainty. Stage 1 begins with exposure to the pathogen through direct blood contact with an infected host. The initial symptoms include fever, intense thirst, and heightened sensory perception, particularly vision and hearing. This stage lasts approximately 12 hours. Stage 2 is marked by extreme photosensitivity, with even modest light causing skin irritation and pain. The infected seek darkness and become nocturnal. Their skin begins to pale as the pathogen alters melanin production. Cravings begin, specifically for iron-rich foods and, eventually, blood. This stage lasts 24 to 36 hours. Stage 3 is where the most dramatic physiological changes occur. The infected develop enhanced strength as muscle density increases. Their metabolism slows dramatically, reducing the need for oxygen and allowing for extended periods without breathing. Body temperature drops to near ambient levels. The eyes develop a reflective layer similar to tapetum lucidum in nocturnal animals, giving them that characteristic glow when caught in light. This stage typically completes within 48 hours of initial infection. Stage 4 is the final transformation. The digestive system atrophies as the body becomes incapable of processing anything but blood. Teeth undergo rapid reconfiguration, with canines elongating and developing channels to facilitate blood extraction and pathogen delivery. The infected no longer register as human on a cognitive level. They view uninfected humans purely as hosts to be converted. This stage completes approximately 72 hours after infection. I received a call yesterday from Dr. Sarah Chen, a virologist who's established a fortified lab in what remains of the university's science building. She's been studying tissue samples from infected individuals and has made a discovery that both explains the mythology surrounding vampirism and offers a potential vulnerability. The pathogen creates structural changes in the infected cell membranes, making them extremely sensitive to ultraviolet radiation, much more so than normal human cells. Exposure to UV light triggers a cascade reaction that causes rapid cellular destruction. This explains why the infected are strictly nocturnal and why sunlight is lethal to them. It's not folklore, it's biology. Dr. Chen's second discovery is equally significant. The pathogen requires iron to replicate, specifically the form of iron found in hemoglobin. Without a constant supply, the pathogen begins to consume the host's own blood cells, eventually triggering a self-destructive cascade. This is why the infected must continuously hunt. They're not just feeding themselves, they're feeding the organism, controlling them. I've also received disturbing reports suggesting the emergence of a hierarchy among the infected. Not all transformed hosts behave identically. Some appear to possess greater intelligence and self-control, typically those who were infected earlier. These alphas seem to direct the newly infected in coordinated hunting patterns. They're strategic, setting traps and cutting off escape routes rather than simply attacking on sight. Most concerning is the evidence that these alphas retain fragments of their former personalities and memories, which they used to lure in victims who knew them in life. I received a call from a survivor who described his encounter with his infected wife. She called to him by name, mimicked her own voice perfectly, and begged him to let her in, claiming she had escaped the infected and needed safety. It was only his insistence that she answer a personal question, one whose answer had changed recently, that revealed the deception. The thing at his door knew outdated information, memories from when she was first infected, but nothing after. I need to address something I've observed through the studio windows. The infected have begun exhibiting ritualistic behaviors. Every night at midnight, they gather in Madison Square, forming concentric circles around what appears to be an altar of some kind. From my vantage point, 7 stories up, I can see them bringing offerings, not just victims, but objects as well. Books, scientific equipment, computers. I believe they're pooling knowledge, combining the expertise of infected specialists, doctors, engineers, scientists, to serve the collective's goal of spreading further. Last night, I watched them bring something large, covered in tarpaulin, to the center of their gathering. When they unveiled it, I recognized it as laboratory equipment from the university, specifically blood processing machinery. They're adapting, creating systems to efficiently extract and store blood. This suggests they're planning for expansion beyond what the local population can sustain. For any survivors listening, I've compiled crucial information for identifying and avoiding the infected. They cannot tolerate ultraviolet light. Commercial UV lamps, the kind used for reptile terrariums or plant growing, are effective deterrents when placed at entry points. Their body temperature is significantly lower than humans. Thermal imaging, if you can access it, will show them as cold spots rather than heat signatures. They emit no breath condensation in cold air, having minimal respiratory function. They cannot cross moving water unaided, not because of any supernatural limitation, but because the parasitic network disrupts the vestibular system, causing severe disorientation when they cannot visually fix on stable reference points. The shifting surface of moving water essentially induces extreme vertigo. Most importantly, they cannot enter a private dwelling without invitation. Again, this is not supernatural but psychological. The parasite retains certain human social constraints to facilitate hunting and infiltration. This programming prevents them from violating the strong social boundary of a private home unless given permission. They can, however, enter public buildings freely. I've just received an emergency transmission from the military outpost that was established at High Point Ridge. Major Keller reports that attempts to evacuate civilians have been suspended after 3 transport helicopters were brought down. The infected have begun using human artillery against aircraft. I repeat, the infected have adapted to use heavy weapons. Evacuation by air is no longer viable. The quarantine zone has been expanded to include the entire county and parts of neighboring states. The official containment strategy has shifted from evacuation to isolation, with orders to prevent any movement in or out of the affected areas. If you're hearing my voice, you are already inside the quarantine zone. Our only hope now is to survive long enough for either external intervention or for Dr. Chen's research to yield a countermeasure. There's something else I need to share, something I've been hesitant to broadcast for fear of causing additional panic. Dr. Chen's latest communication included thermal satellite imaging of the quarantine zone. The images show cold spots, thousands of them, moving in formation. Not random groups, but organized columns moving along highways and railways toward major population centers. They're not just spreading randomly. The military has established emergency broadcast stations at these frequencies, 101.3 FM, 93.7 FM, and 580 AM. They're broadcasting automated instructions for reaching extraction points where civilians are being evacuated via underground transit systems. However, I must caution you, I've received reports that some of these broadcasts have been compromised. The infected have captured broadcast equipment and are using it to lure survivors into ambushes. To verify a legitimate evacuation broadcast, listen for the authentication sequence. The broadcast will include a prime number followed by its position in the sequence of prime numbers. For example, evacuation point 17-7 indicates the 7th prime number, which is 17. If the numbers don't match or if no authentication is given, assume the broadcast is compromised. I've been monitoring reports from other stations across the country. The outbreak has reached 12 major cities that we know of. Chicago fell silent 36 hours ago. Atlanta reported widespread infrastructure failure yesterday evening. The last transmission from Boston described infected individuals showing signs of accelerated adaptation, withstanding brief exposure to sunlight by covering themselves with modified melanin-rich tissue harvested from victims. They're evolving, learning, adapting to overcome their weaknesses. Wait, I hear something outside the studio door. The barricade is shifting. I'm going to continue broadcasting, but I need to move to our backup studio through the maintenance tunnels. If transmission cuts out, please stand by. I will return if I can reach the secondary equipment. Remember, UV light, running water, secure private dwellings. They seek blood but can be destroyed by disrupting their circulatory system. The heart remains their physical vulnerability. This is Jack Winters of KCZM. The pattern has emerged, the threat is understood, but understanding alone isn't enough. We need to act on this knowledge. I'll broadcast again when I've reached a secure location. The sun will rise in 3 hours. Hold on until then. We'll regroup in the light. This is Jack Winters broadcasting on all emergency frequencies. I believe it's the 9th day since the initial outbreak. I've lost track of exact time. The power grid failed completely 48 hours ago. I'm transmitting from a makeshift bunker beneath the old Harmon Street subway station using a military-grade radio system that a National Guard unit abandoned when they were overrun. To anyone still receiving this broadcast, the official containment protocols have catastrophically failed. I need to document what's happened while I still can. 3 days ago, the military established a perimeter around what they designated as the infected zone, essentially the entire metropolitan area and surrounding suburbs. They deployed a combination of physical barriers, including reinforced concrete walls topped with UV light arrays, and a constant patrol of armored vehicles equipped with thermal sensors designed to detect the cold signatures of the infected. For approximately 36 hours, this containment seemed to be working. Then the infected revealed just how gravely we had underestimated them. The breach began at exactly 2:17 a.m. at the northern perimeter checkpoint. According to emergency transmissions I intercepted, the guards reported a group of approximately 20 civilians approaching the barrier, claiming to be survivors who had been hiding in a basement. Standard protocol required these survivors to undergo blood testing before evacuation, but as the medical officer approached the group, something unexpected happened. The civilians, who showed no outward signs of infection, suddenly seized the perimeter guards. It wasn't a frenzied attack like those we'd seen before. It was coordinated, precise, and executed with military efficiency. Within minutes, they had disabled the UV arrays and opened the gates. What followed can only be described as a flood of the infected pouring through the breach. This reveals two terrifying developments. First, the infected have developed the ability to use uninfected or partially infected human shields, individuals in early stages who don't yet register the cold signature or exhibit obvious symptoms. Second, they've learned to organize complex, multi-phase operations with tactical precision. The military response was immediate and overwhelming. Attack helicopters deployed incendiary weapons across the breach zone. For about 20 minutes, it seemed the situation might be contained. Then reports came in of simultaneous breaches at 6 other checkpoints, each following the exact same pattern. This wasn't opportunism. This was a coordinated assault utilizing diversionary tactics straight out of a military playbook. By dawn, the perimeter had been compromised in 13 locations. The infected were flowing outward in all directions, moving primarily through underground infrastructure, sewers, maintenance tunnels, subway systems, to avoid exposure to sunlight. National Guard units attempted to establish a secondary containment zone, but by then, it was already too late. I managed to make contact with Dr. Sarah Chen one final time before her lab went dark. Her team had made a breakthrough in understanding why the infected are exhibiting such unprecedented coordination. The parasite doesn't just change its host's physiology, it creates a sophisticated neural network that spans across all infected individuals. This network allows for instantaneous communication and shared consciousness, effectively transforming thousands of separate hosts into a single distributed organism. Most disturbingly, Dr. Chen discovered that this neural network retains and integrates the knowledge and skills of every person it infects. Military training, scientific expertise, engineering knowledge, all absorbed and made available to the collective. When they infected the tactical response team at the northern checkpoint, they didn't just gain 20 more bodies. They gained decades of specialized military training and intimate knowledge of containment protocols. The neural network has limitations, however. It operates most effectively over short distances, which is why the infected tend to move in coordinated groups rather than as individuals. And it requires significant energy to maintain, which explains the constant need for fresh blood. Without regular feeding, the network fragments and the infected revert to more primitive, instinctual behavior. Dr. Chen's final communication included footage from her lab's security system. It showed an infected subject restrained on an examination table. The subject, formerly Dr. Chen's research assistant, was speaking in multiple voices simultaneously, shifting between languages mid-sentence. When questioned, the subject referred to itself as "we" and demonstrated knowledge it couldn't possibly have possessed, including detailed information about military deployments and government contingency plans. The most chilling moment came when Dr. Chen asked why they were attacking humans. The response was delivered in a perfectly calm, rational tone. "We are not attacking. We are upgrading. Your species is inefficient, fragmented, individual minds limited by physical constraints. We offer unity, perfect communication, perfect coordination. We are humanity's evolutionary future." The feed cut out moments later as something large smashed through the laboratory door. I need to warn you about another development. The infected have begun using technology strategically. They've seized control of emergency broadcast systems, cell phone towers, and internet infrastructure wherever possible. They're using these systems to locate survivors through digital signals. If you're using any electronic device other than a passive radio receiver, power it down when not in use. They can triangulate active signals. They've also started broadcasting false safety messages, directing survivors to extraction points and treatment centers that are actually processing facilities where the infected are systematically converting large groups. These messages often include elaborate cover stories about government cures or military safe zones. Verify any rescue message through multiple independent sources before responding. Yesterday, I witnessed something I still struggle to comprehend. From my observation point near the central square, I saw a convoy of vehicles, military and civilian, moving with coordinated precision through the streets. The infected were loading equipment into these vehicles, laboratory supplies, computer systems, medical devices. This wasn't mindless looting. This was purposeful acquisition of specific technologies. At the center of this activity was a figure different from the others. While most infected move with a predatory grace, this one stood perfectly still, observing the operation. Others approached it, bowed slightly, and appeared to receive instructions before departing. I believe I was observing what survivors have been calling an alpha, a master node in the neural network, possibly one of the earliest infected whose parasitic bond has had time to develop more completely. Based on physical characteristics and patterns of movement, I believe this alpha was Thomas Renier, patient 0. He's evolved beyond the limitations of ordinary infected, able to withstand brief exposure to sunlight and maintain higher cognitive functions even when not actively feeding. He appears to be directing the overall expansion strategy, creating a hierarchical structure with himself at the apex. I've been gathering reports from the few remaining active communications channels, assembling a map of infection spread. The pattern is unmistakable. They're establishing nodes in major population centers, then branching outward in geometric progression. They're avoiding rural areas for now, focusing instead on infrastructure hubs, power plants, water treatment facilities, telecommunications centers, transportation networks. They're systematically taking control of systems that modern society depends on. This isn't random, this isn't mindless, this is an invasion with clear strategic objectives. For those still in hiding, I've compiled critical survival information based on observed weaknesses in the infected. Their neural network requires proximity to function optimally. Isolated infected individuals are significantly less dangerous than groups. If you encounter one alone, they're more likely to exhibit basic predatory behavior rather than sophisticated tactics. They cannot process solid food at all. Their digestive systems have atrophied to the point where they can only absorb nutrients from blood. This creates a critical vulnerability. They must feed regularly or begin to deteriorate. While direct sunlight is lethal to them, they've developed countermeasures for brief exposure, covering themselves with treated fabric or moving through shadowed areas. However, sustained UV exposure remains effective. UVA is uncomfortable for them, but UVB and UVC cause rapid cellular breakdown. Their enhanced senses are a double-edged sword. Their hearing is extraordinarily acute, allowing them to detect heartbeats through walls, but it makes them vulnerable to sonic weapons. Several survivor groups have reported success using modified sound systems to emit frequencies between 18 to 24 kilohertz at high volume, which appears to disrupt their neural network temporarily. Perhaps most importantly, I've received reports of limited success with a chemical compound developed by a pharmaceutical researcher hiding in what remains of Memorial Hospital. The compound, a synthetic derivative of digitalis combined with silver nanoparticles, appears to attack the parasite directly, forcing it to abandon its host. The formula is complex and requires specialized equipment, but I'm broadcasting the chemical structure on the emergency data channel. If any listeners have access to manufacturing facilities, this may represent our best hope for a countermeasure. Wait. I'm picking up a transmission on the military emergency channel. This is unprecedented. It appears to be a direct communication from the infected collective. I'm going to patch it through. To remaining human forces, your containment efforts are futile. Your species stands at an evolutionary crossroads. Those you call infected represent your next developmental stage. We offer neural connection beyond language, unity beyond individuality, immortality beyond your biological constraints. Your resistance extends human suffering unnecessarily. Military opposition will continue to encounter overwhelming defeat. We control infrastructure nodes in 27 major urban centers. Projected complete coverage of primary population zones, 14 days. We are not destroying humanity. We are elevating it. Choose transition over extinction. The transmission just ended. This confirms what I've suspected. They're not just spreading randomly. They're executing a comprehensive takeover strategy with clear objectives and timeline. 14 days until they control every major population center in the country. I've been monitoring military channels, and the situation is even more dire than civilian broadcasts suggest. 3 major cities have fallen completely: Boston, Atlanta, and Chicago. In each case, the pattern was identical: systematic targeting of command centers, followed by seizure of broadcast infrastructure, followed by mass conversion of the population. Estimated infection rates in these urban zones exceed 90%. Martial law has been declared nationwide. The president has been evacuated to an undisclosed location, likely a hardened bunker designed to withstand nuclear attack. Whether it can withstand this kind of infiltration remains to be seen. Several high-ranking military and government officials have stopped appearing in emergency broadcasts, leading to speculation that the infection has reached the highest levels of leadership. I've lost contact with all but 3 of my original network of informants. Dr. Chen's lab has been silent for 72 hours. Major Keller's last transmission described infected individuals displaying unprecedented physical adaptations, including modified skeletal structures that allow for more efficient predatory movement. The evolutionary acceleration is beyond anything modern medicine can explain. The power reserves for this broadcast equipment are running dangerously low. I may have only one more transmission after this one. If you're receiving this, please know that isolated resistance continues. There are reports of communities in remote mountainous regions that have successfully repelled infected incursions. Their common factors appear to be geographic isolation with limited access routes, sustainable local food and water sources, redundant power systems independent of the national grid, established community coordination and defensive protocols, strategic use of natural barriers, particularly running water. For those unable to reach such communities, mobile survival remains possible, but increasingly difficult. The infected have begun deploying airborne drones to locate survivors in rural areas. These appear to be commercial models repurposed with thermal imaging equipment. They're most active during daylight hours when the infected themselves cannot move freely. I've been observing behavioral patterns through my limited field of vision from this bunker. The infected appear to be developing specialized roles within their collective. Some focus exclusively on hunting, with physical adaptations that emphasize speed and tracking ability. Others function as what I can only describe as processors. They oversee the conversion of new hosts at centralized facilities. A third category appears to serve as engineers, modifying infrastructure to better serve their needs, creating light-proof transit corridors, and repurposing technology. This specialization suggests that the parasite is reorganizing human society into a highly efficient hive structure. Each converted human becomes, essentially, a cell in a larger organism with function determined by their pre-infection skills and knowledge. I hear movement in the maintenance tunnel. They've been systematically searching the underground infrastructure, and it seems they've reached this sector. I need to end this transmission and relocate. One final piece of information that may prove crucial. I managed to extract fragmentary data from a military research server before the system went offline. Project Sunspot, a classified initiative at Fort Detrick, had apparently been studying similar parasitic organisms recovered from archaeological sites dating back to ancient Mesopotamia. The research suggests that this isn't the first time this parasite has attempted to establish itself in human populations. Previous outbreaks occurred in 15th century Eastern Europe, 9th century Scandinavia, and 3rd century Rome. In each case, the spread was eventually contained, though the methods were not specified in the files I could access. This means humanity has survived this before. We can survive it again. To anyone receiving this, you are not alone. Find others if you can. Share information. Coordinate your resources. The infected's greatest strength is their unity. Perhaps ours can be our diversity and adaptability. This is Jack Winters. I don't know when I'll be able to broadcast again. The sun will rise in approximately 4 hours. Use the daylight wisely. It remains our greatest advantage. Stay alive, stay human. This is Jack Winters broadcasting on emergency rotation frequencies. It's been 17 days since my last transmission. For those who've been trying to reach me, I apologize for the silence. The bunker beneath Harmon Street was compromised shortly after my last broadcast. I was forced to abandon the equipment and flee through maintenance tunnels with nothing but a handheld receiver. I've spent the past 2 weeks moving between safe houses established by what remains of the resistance. What I've discovered gives me the first genuine hope I've felt since this nightmare began. We are not defeated, far from it. I'm currently transmitting from a converted shipping container buried beneath the ruins of Riverside Mall. The power comes from a remarkable system of solar panels that charge during daylight hours, hidden among the debris on the surface. The engineering is ingenious, the work of survivors who have adapted to our new reality with extraordinary resourcefulness. This is no isolated pocket of resistance. I've discovered an entire network of survivor communities connected by a sophisticated communications relay that the infected haven't detected. Using low-power burst transmissions on rotating frequencies, these communities share intelligence, resources, and discoveries. They call themselves simply the network. The network operates on principles fundamentally opposed to the infected collective. Where the infected function as a hive with centralized control, the network is decentralized, with each community maintaining autonomy while contributing to collective survival. Information flows freely, but decision-making remains local and adaptable to specific circumstances. The community I'm currently with consists of 37 survivors from diverse backgrounds, former military personnel, medical professionals, engineers, and ordinary citizens who have developed extraordinary skills out of necessity. They've created a self-sustaining haven with hydroponics, water filtration, security systems, and medical facilities, all hidden beneath what appears from the surface to be just another collapsed structure in the ruins. Their leader is Dr. Eleanor Patel, formerly head of infectious disease control at the CDC's Western Field Office. She's been coordinating research efforts across survivor communities, collecting data on infected behavior and testing potential countermeasures. What she shared with me has radically changed my understanding of our situation. The infected are not invincible. They have significant vulnerabilities that become more pronounced as their numbers increase. First, their neural network experiences diminishing efficiency as it expands. The parasite requires enormous energy to maintain connections across increasing distances and numbers of hosts. They compensate by establishing what Dr. Patel calls node points, locations where larger numbers of infected gather to strengthen the network. These node points represent critical vulnerabilities. Disrupt a node and you can temporarily fragment the network in that region. Second, the specialized roles I observed have become more rigid over time. The infected are becoming less adaptable as they optimize for specific functions. This specialization increases their efficiency but reduces their resilience. Take out a concentration of processors or engineers, and that function is significantly impaired across their entire local network. Third, and perhaps most importantly, the parasite appears to have a finite life cycle. Infected individuals who were among the first wave are showing signs of degradation. Their cellular structures are breaking down, the parasitic bond weakening. Thomas Renier, patient 0, hasn't been seen for 6 days. Remote observation of their central coordination facility shows signs of disarray, suggesting the alpha node may have been compromised. The network has developed effective strategies for survival that I want to share with any isolated listeners who might be receiving this broadcast. The infected hunt primarily through acoustic detection, tracking heartbeats and breathing. Network engineers have developed personal ultrasonic emitters that create interference fields masking these biological signatures. The devices are small, battery-powered, and can be constructed from components found in common consumer electronics. I'm transmitting the schematics on the data channel accompanying this broadcast. Modified drone technology has been repurposed to conduct daylight reconnaissance without risking human exposure. These drones map infected movement patterns and identify node points for potential disruption operations. They're also used to locate isolated survivors and guide them to network safe houses. Perhaps most impressively, the network has established what they call daylight corridors, carefully mapped routes that can be traversed during daylight hours with minimal exposure risk. These corridors connect survivor communities and resource caches, allowing for cooperative resource sharing without centralized storage that could be targeted. The most significant development comes from a research cell operating out of what remains of Northlake University's underground laboratory complex. Dr. Patel shared their preliminary findings with me yesterday. They've successfully synthesized a compound that disrupts the parasitic bond without killing the host. The compound, derived from an enzyme found in certain deep-sea creatures that live near hydrothermal vents, essentially resets the host's immune system, triggering a massive response that forces the parasite to detach from neural structures. The process is traumatic and not without risk, but they've successfully treated 7 infected individuals in early stages, with 5 making complete recoveries. The treatment isn't yet viable for mass deployment. It requires intravenous administration under controlled conditions and carefully calibrated dosing based on the stage of infection. But it proves something crucial. Conversion is not irreversible. There is a path back from infection. This discovery has profound implications beyond the immediate tactical advantages. It changes the moral calculus of our resistance. The infected are not simply enemies to be eliminated. They are victims who could potentially be saved. The network has adjusted its operational protocols accordingly, prioritizing capture rather than elimination of infected when possible, particularly those in early stages. I've been given permission to share information about established safe zones and contact protocols for isolated survivors seeking to join the network. If you're receiving this broadcast and are in need of extraction, document your location and signal capabilities and transmit on frequency 121.7 MHz using the following pattern: 3 short bursts, 1 long burst, 2 short bursts. Repeat hourly during the first minute after the hour. Network reconnaissance teams monitor this frequency during daylight operations and will attempt contact if extraction is feasible. Be prepared to verify your human status. Standard verification involves answering questions requiring emotional context or ethical reasoning. Cognitive functions. The parasite cannot effectively replicate despite its access to human memories and knowledge. I must emphasize the following security protocols. Never reveal the location of a network safe house, even to someone you believe is a survivor. Extraction teams will guide verified survivors through indirect routes. Avoid using names, locations, or identifiable information in radio transmissions. The infected have begun monitoring frequencies and can cross-reference specific details against their absorbed knowledge base to locate resistance cells. Be aware that the infected have developed limited mimicry capabilities. They can impersonate specific humans whose memories they've absorbed, but these impersonations have tells. They cannot process novel ethical scenarios, struggle with creative thinking, and become disoriented when presented with paradoxes or humor. Trust the network's verification protocols. They've been refined through bitter experience and have proven effective at preventing infiltration. Now, I need to share information about infected evolution that may help you recognize and avoid higher threat individuals. The network's classification system identifies 4 distinct categories of infected, each with specific characteristics and threat levels. Drones are the most common, recently turned infected with minimal specialized adaptation. They hunt in packs, communicate through subsonic vocalizations, and serve primarily as collectors, bringing captured humans to processing centers rather than feeding immediately. They retain basic memories and skills from their human lives, but little personality. They avoid light instinctively and can be temporarily disoriented by high-frequency sound. Processors have undergone physiological changes to optimize for conversion efficiency. They operate exclusively within designated conversion centers, overseeing the systematic infection of captured humans. They're physically weaker than other infected, but possess enhanced cognitive function. They coordinate drone activities and determine conversion priorities based on the skills and knowledge each human possesses. Engineers maintain and expand infrastructure to serve the collective. They've developed specialized appendages, elongated fingers with extraordinary dexterity and sensitivity. They focus on creating light-proof transit systems, modifying technology, and establishing node points to strengthen the neural network. They retain much of their pre-infection technical knowledge and can problem-solve effectively within parameters that serve the collective. Alphas are the most dangerous and least understood. These rare individuals appear to function as nexus points in the neural network, coordinating activity across thousands of infected. They retain much of their human personality and can pass as uninfected for brief periods. They're capable of operating during daylight hours if sufficiently protected, and can temporarily resist the compulsion to feed in service of longer-term objectives. Network intelligence suggests fewer than 20 alphas exist worldwide, each controlling a regional infected population. This hierarchical structure represents both a strength and a vulnerability. Eliminating an alpha temporarily fragments the network in that region, reducing the infected to more predictable, instinctual behavior patterns until a new alpha emerges or another expands its influence to fill the gap. The network has successfully executed 3 alpha elimination operations that I'm aware of. The most recent, 4 days ago, targeted the alpha, controlling what was once Chicago. In the aftermath, drone activity in the region became disorganized and significantly less effective for approximately 12 hours before another alpha extended its control. These windows of opportunity are critical for rescue operations and resource gathering. I need to share another crucial discovery about infected physiology. Network medical teams have identified the mechanism by which the parasite spreads through the host body. It utilizes the bloodstream initially, but then extends microscopic filaments along neural pathways, gradually replacing normal neurological functions with its own control systems. This process takes time, approximately 72 hours for complete conversion, and is vulnerable during early stages. Targeted electromagnetic pulses can disrupt the parasite's neural control temporarily, creating opportunities for either escape or capture. Network engineers have developed portable EMP devices that can incapacitate infected individuals within a limited radius without permanently damaging electronic equipment. The devices are cumbersome and power-intensive, but have proven effective in extraction operations. There's something else I need to share, something that gives me profound hope despite everything we've endured. The network has established specialized facilities for children and other vulnerable survivors. These sanctuaries focus not just on physical survival, but on preserving humanity's knowledge, culture, and values. They operate schools, maintain libraries, and create art. Even as the world around us has descended into nightmare, these communities are ensuring that what makes us human endures. In one such sanctuary, housed in a converted mining complex in the northern hills, over 200 children continue their education. They study science, literature, history, and mathematics. They play music, they create art, they laugh. This is not just resistance, this is affirmation, a declaration that humanity will not be reduced to mere survival. We will continue to grow, to learn, to create beauty, even in darkness. The network has also preserved seed banks, technical libraries, and cultural artifacts, ensuring that regardless of how long this struggle continues, we will have the foundation upon which to rebuild. This long-term thinking gives me comfort. The infected may control much of our urban infrastructure, but they cannot claim our future unless we surrender it. I've been authorized to share that the network has established contact with similar survivor organizations internationally. Despite the infected's systematic targeting of communications infrastructure, specialized teams have managed to maintain limited shortwave communications with resistant cells in Europe, Asia, and South America. The patterns are consistent. Urban centers largely controlled by the infected, with human resistance concentrated in rural, mountainous, and island regions. This global perspective has yielded valuable intelligence. The outbreak appears to have begun almost simultaneously in multiple locations, suggesting that Renier was not the only initial vector. Archaeological data shared by European contacts indicates that the parasite has emerged cyclically throughout human history, always following periods when human population density and interconnection reach certain thresholds. The ruins of ancient cities across Mesopotamia, the Mediterranean, and Central America bear evidence of previous outbreaks. More encouragingly, these historical patterns suggest that the parasite's dominance is not permanent. Each previous emergence was eventually contained, though often at terrible cost. The parasite appears to have a collective life cycle, a period of rapid expansion followed by consolidation, then eventual decline as the neural network reaches unsustainable complexity. We may be witnessing the beginning of this decline now. Reports from multiple network outposts describe increasingly erratic behavior among infected groups, fighting among themselves, abandoning strategic objectives, reverting to more primitive hunting patterns. The network that made them so formidable appears to be fragmenting under its own weight. This doesn't mean victory is assured or imminent. The infected still vastly outnumber known survivors, and they control most critical infrastructure. But it does mean that time may be on our side if we can maintain our resistance and adapt more quickly than they can. I need to address the latest network protocols for encounters with infected individuals exhibiting unusual behavior. In 3 separate incidents, network security teams have encountered infected who appeared to be resisting the collective. These individuals avoided both humans and other infected, exhibited signs of extreme internal conflict, and in one case, actively helped survivors escape a drone hunting pack before retreating into isolation. Dr. Patel theorizes that the parasitic control is not absolute, that particularly strong-willed hosts may be able to partially reassert control, especially as the neural network weakens. The network has established specialized containment protocols for these cases, designating them as potential research subjects rather than threats. If you encounter an infected individual that does not immediately attack or attempt to feed, maintain distance, but observe behavior patterns before taking defensive action. I'm receiving a signal. Network security is alerting me that infected activity is increasing in this sector. I need to conclude this transmission and prepare to relocate. Before I go, I want to share one last piece of intelligence that may prove crucial. Network researchers examining tissue samples from degrading infected individuals have identified what appears to be a biological fail-safe within the parasite itself. When neural network complexity reaches a certain threshold, a genetic sequence activates that accelerates the parasite's life cycle, essentially forcing it to reproduce and then die off more quickly. This may explain the historical pattern of outbreaks burning themselves out after reaching a certain population threshold. It's not external containment alone that ended previous outbreaks, but an internal limitation in the parasite's own biology, an evolutionary constraint that prevents it from completely overtaking its host species. If this hypothesis is correct, our strategy shifts from one of mere survival to strategic endurance. We don't need to defeat the infected directly. We need to survive long enough for their biology to defeat itself. The network is adjusting its operations accordingly, focusing on preservation of human life and knowledge rather than direct confrontation. To anyone receiving this, you are part of this resistance, whether you're connected to the network or surviving on your own. Every day you maintain your humanity in the face of this horror is an act of defiance. You matter. Your survival matters. Your hope matters. I will broadcast again when security protocols allow. Until then, remember the verification sequence for contacting network extraction teams. 3 short, 1 long, 2 short on frequency 121.7 megahertz. This is Jack Winters. The dawn is coming. Not just the literal sunrise in a few hours, but a new dawn for humanity. Hold fast to that belief. We endure, we adapt, we survive, and ultimately we will reclaim our world. This is Henry Scott, broadcasting from Emergency Station Alpha 7, somewhere deep in the Carpathian Mountains of Romania. If you're hearing this transmission, you're still among the living, and that's more than I can say for most of Eastern Europe right now. The date is October 15th, 2024, and I've been holed up in this concrete bunker for 6 days straight. The diesel generator's running on fumes, my water's getting low, and the emergency rations taste like cardboard mixed with despair. But I need to tell you what I've learned, what I've witnessed. Because if someone doesn't document this nightmare, if someone doesn't warn whatever survivors are still out there listening, then we're all truly damned. My name is Henry Scott, and until 3 weeks ago, I was just another voice on late-night radio, spinning tales of mystery and the unexplained for insomniacs and night shift workers across Europe. I had a comfortable life in Budapest, a small apartment overlooking the Danube, and the luxury of treating horror as entertainment. Those days feel like they belong to someone else now, someone naive enough to believe that the real monsters lived only in stories and folklore. I was wrong about so many things, but mostly I was wrong about thinking I understood what fear meant. It all started 21 days ago in a place most of you have never heard of, a forgotten village called Balteni in the remote Carpathian region of Romania. This isn't some tourist destination with quaint bed and breakfasts and scenic mountain views. Balteni is the kind of place where the mist clings to ancient stones like fingers of the dead, where the locals still cross themselves when they pass certain ruins, and where old women whisper warnings in languages that predate Christianity. The government archaeological team should have listened to those warnings. They should have paid attention to the fear etched into those weathered faces and the way grown men refused to go near the monastery ruins after sunset. The expedition was led by Dr. Marcus Drayson, a man whose academic arrogance was matched only by his complete dismissal of local superstition. His team had been contracted by the Romanian Ministry of Culture to conduct a preliminary survey of the 12th century monastery ruins that had been recently uncovered by a landslide. What they found buried beneath the collapsed chapel was a sealed stone crypt, approximately 8 feet long and 4 feet wide, carved from a single block of limestone and bound with iron bands that had somehow resisted 8 centuries of rust and decay. The local villagers begged them not to open it, speaking of ancient curses and things that should remain buried, but Drayson saw only an opportunity for career advancement and historical significance. Inside that crypt, they discovered something that should have been impossible, a mummified corpse, perfectly preserved despite the passage of centuries, pierced through with dozens of iron rods driven through the torso, limbs, and skull. The body was wrapped in decayed religious scriptures written in a mixture of Latin and what appeared to be some form of ancient Romanian dialect, and the entire crypt was lined with thick layers of rock salt that had somehow remained dry and intact. The preservation was so complete that you could still make out the expression of absolute terror frozen on the corpse's face, mouth open in what must have been a final scream that echoed through eternity. Dr. Drayson's initial field notes, which I've since obtained through channels I'd rather not discuss, describe the find as unprecedented in terms of preservation and ritualistic burial practices. He noted that the iron rods appeared to have been driven through the body while the victim was still alive, based on the bone fracture patterns and the way the tissue had healed around the metal. The scriptures wrapped around the corpse included passages from the Book of Revelation, but also contained texts that didn't match any known religious documents from the period. Most disturbing were the detailed anatomical drawings found beneath the body, showing what appeared to be some form of parasitic organism living within human blood vessels. Against the increasingly desperate pleas of the local population, Drayson ordered the corpse extracted and transported to Facility 7, a high-security government research installation located approximately 90 miles south of Balteny. The facility specialized in archaeological analysis and preservation, with state-of-the-art equipment for carbon dating, DNA analysis, and pathological examination. It was also where my mother, Dr. Elena Scott, worked as the head of the Biological Preservation Department. I hadn't spoken to her in over 2 years, not since our last argument about my choice to abandon my medical studies for a career in radio broadcasting. But her name was all over the transport authorization documents. The corpse arrived at Facility 7 on September 28th, and for the first few days, everything proceeded according to standard archaeological protocol. Initial carbon dating placed the remains at approximately 850 years old, dating back to the height of the medieval period when the monastery was still an active religious site. The iron rods were carefully documented and removed under sterile conditions, revealing puncture wounds that had somehow healed around the metal, suggesting the victim had survived the initial impalement for some time. The most unsettling discovery came when they began analyzing tissue samples under high-powered microscopes and found evidence of some form of parasitic organism still present in the bone marrow and blood vessels. Dr. Elena Scott's preliminary report, dated October 1st, described finding microscopic worm-like organisms in a state of apparent dormancy within the host tissue. Her notes indicated that exposure to modern laboratory conditions, specifically controlled temperature and humidity levels, seemed to be triggering some form of biological activity in these organisms. She recommended immediate containment protocols and suggested consulting with parasitology experts, but her warnings were overruled by the facility director, who was more concerned with completing the analysis ahead of schedule to secure additional government funding. That's when everything started going wrong. On October 2nd, a laboratory technician named Jacob Nimeth suffered a minor cut while handling bone samples from the corpse. It was the kind of small accident that happens in labs every day, barely worth noting in the incident report. Jacob cleaned the wound, applied antiseptic, and continued working. By the end of his shift, he complained of feeling dizzy and nauseous, symptoms everyone attributed to working too many double shifts and not getting enough sleep. He went home to his small apartment in the nearby town of Brazov, took some over-the-counter medication, and tried to rest. My mother's personal notes from October 3rd describe a frantic phone call from Jacob's girlfriend, reporting that he had developed a high fever and was experiencing severe photosensitivity, to the point where even dim indoor lighting caused him excruciating pain. When the facility's medical team arrived at his apartment, they found Jacob in a state of advanced delirium, speaking incoherently about being hungry for something he couldn't name, and displaying unusual aggression when anyone tried to approach him. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor, his pupils were severely dilated, and his body temperature had dropped to 94 degrees Fahrenheit, despite the fever symptoms reported earlier. They brought Jacob back to the facility for observation and treatment, isolating him in the medical wing while they ran tests to determine what kind of infection or toxin might be affecting him. The blood work showed massive changes in his cellular structure, with his red blood cell count dropping dramatically, while some form of unknown microorganism multiplied rapidly throughout his circulatory system. My mother's notes from that night are almost illegible, written in desperate haste as she tried to understand what was happening to Jacob and how it might relate to the parasites they'd found in the ancient corpse. Jacob Nemeth died on October 3rd at 11:23 p.m., according to the official facility records. Cause of death was listed as acute systemic failure brought on by an unknown parasitic infection. His body was transferred to the facility morgue while arrangements were made to transport him to a specialized pathology lab in Bucharest for further analysis. The medical team was confident they had contained whatever had killed him, and there was even talk of publishing papers about the discovery of a new species of parasitic organism. They had no idea that Jacob's death was not an ending, but a beginning. The motion sensors in the facility morgue triggered at 11:47 p.m., 24 minutes after Jacob had been officially pronounced dead. Security footage shows the morgue door opening from the inside, though no personnel were scheduled to be in that area during the night shift. When the morning staff arrived, they found Jacob's body missing from its refrigerated storage unit and evidence of what appeared to be a violent struggle in the corridor outside the morgue. There was blood on the walls, scratches in the metal paneling that looked like they'd been made by human fingernails, and a trail of dark stains leading toward the main laboratory complex. That was 6 days ago, and it was the last normal day any of us would ever experience. Within hours of Jacob's disappearance, staff members throughout the facility began reporting attacks by someone or something that moved through the corridors with inhuman speed and seemed to possess supernatural strength. The security cameras captured glimpses of a pale figure that might once have been Jacob Nemeth, but was now something else entirely. Something that hunted through the facility's corridors with predatory purpose, seeking out victims with a hunger that couldn't be satisfied. The last transmission from Facility 7 came through at 3:47 a.m. on October 4th. It was my mother's voice, barely audible over the sound of emergency alarms and what might have been screaming in the background. Her words were broken, distorted by terror and something else I couldn't identify at the time. She said, "Henry, if you're listening to this, they're not dead. They're changing. The Bartholomew Protocol, it's real. Find the..." And then nothing but static and sounds I still hear in my nightmares when I try to sleep. I drove through the night to reach the facility, covering the 400 miles from Budapest in less than 6 hours, but I was too late. By the time I arrived, the entire complex was surrounded by military vehicles and personnel in hazmat suits. They wouldn't let me get within 2 miles of the building, citing concerns about biological contamination and national security. A colonel whose name I never learned told me that there had been an industrial accident, a chemical leak that had resulted in multiple casualties, and that the facility would remain under quarantine indefinitely. When I pressed for information about my mother and the other staff members, he simply repeated the same scripted response about ongoing investigation and classified materials. But I could see the truth in the distance, beyond the military perimeter and the official lies. Facility 7 was gone, not destroyed by explosives or fire, but somehow consumed from within. The building stood intact, but every window was dark, every entrance sealed with concrete and steel barriers that looked hastily constructed. Whatever had happened inside those walls, whatever had been unleashed from that ancient crypt, the government's response was not containment, but burial. They were trying to bury the entire facility, along with everyone and everything inside it, beneath tons of concrete and steel and official silence. That night, I broke into my old childhood home and retrieved something my mother had hidden years ago, before our relationship fell apart. A shortwave radio setup she'd installed in the basement, powerful enough to reach across continents and designed to operate independently of any government or commercial infrastructure. She'd taught me how to use it when I was 12 years old, back when she still believed in preparing for disasters that might never come. I never imagined I'd need those skills to document the end of the world as we knew it. This is Henry Scott, broadcasting from Emergency Station Alpha 7, deep in the Carpathian Mountains. The date is October 19th, 2024, and I'm now on day 10 of isolation in this concrete tomb that's become my world. The diesel generator coughed twice during the night, and I've had to ration the fuel to make it last another week. The emergency radio equipment is holding steady, though I've been picking up fewer and fewer transmissions from the outside world. Either the stations are going dark, or there's nobody left to operate them. I'm hoping it's the former, but my gut tells me otherwise. I've spent the last 4 days going through the classified documents I managed to acquire before the military cordoned off everything within a 50-mile radius of Facility 7. These aren't official reports or sanitized government summaries, but the raw field notes, personal journals, and security footage transcripts that tell the real story of what happened in those final days. What I've discovered about Jacob Nimeth, about the thing that came out of that ancient crypt, and about the nature of the infection itself, has kept me awake for the past 72 hours straight. Sleep brings nightmares, and nightmares bring the faces of people who are no longer entirely human. Jacob Nimeth was 28 years old, a laboratory technician with 6 years of experience in archaeological specimen handling. He lived alone in a small apartment in Brasov, drove a 10-year-old Honda Civic, and had a girlfriend named Maria who worked at the local hospital as a nurse. By all accounts, he was ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance. His personnel file shows no history of mental illness, no record of violent behavior, no indication that he was anything other than a competent, reliable employee who showed up on time and did his job without complaint. That normalcy makes what happened to him even more terrifying, because it means it could happen to anyone. The cut on Jacob's hand occurred at 2:37 p.m. on October 2nd, while he was removing bone samples from the preserved corpse for microscopic analysis. According to the incident report filed by his supervisor, Dr. Amanda Walsh, Jacob was using a standard surgical scalpel to scrape marrow from the femur when the blade slipped and opened a shallow laceration across his left palm. The wound was approximately 2 inches long and deep enough to draw blood, but not severe enough to require stitches. Jacob immediately followed standard contamination protocols, flushing the wound with sterile saline solution and applying antiseptic before bandaging the cut with medical tape. What the official incident report doesn't mention, but what I found in Dr. Walsh's personal notes, is that Jacob's blood mixed with tissue samples from the corpse during the accident. When he reached for a towel to clean the wound, several drops of his blood fell directly onto the bone marrow specimen he'd been extracting. Dr. Walsh noted that the ancient tissue seemed to absorb Jacob's blood almost instantly, as if it were some kind of biological sponge that had been waiting centuries for fresh nutrients. She found this observation interesting enough to collect a sample of the mixed blood and tissue for later analysis, but not alarming enough to warrant immediate medical attention for Jacob. The microscopic analysis of that blood sample, conducted 18 hours later, revealed something that should have triggered immediate quarantine procedures. Dr. Walsh's laboratory notes described finding highly active microscopic organisms that appeared to be using Jacob's blood cells as a host environment. These organisms, which she described as resembling parasitic worms but much smaller than any known species, were not only alive but actively reproducing within the blood sample. More disturbing, they seemed to be altering the cellular structure of Jacob's blood, changing the chemical composition in ways that Dr. Walsh couldn't explain with her background in archaeology and preservation techniques. By the time these results were available, Jacob had already gone home for the evening, complaining of fatigue and a mild headache that he attributed to working under the intense laboratory lighting. His girlfriend Maria later told investigators that Jacob seemed normal when he arrived at their apartment around 6 p.m., though she noted that he appeared unusually pale and kept the curtains drawn because he said the evening sunlight was bothering his eyes. They had dinner together, watched television, and went to bed around 10 p.m. Maria fell asleep immediately, but Jacob tossed and turned throughout the night, occasionally muttering in his sleep about being hungry and cold. The real changes became apparent the following morning. Maria's statement to facility security describes waking up to find Jacob standing at the bedroom window, pressing his face against the glass and staring out at the dawn sky with what she described as absolute terror. When she tried to touch him, he recoiled as if her hand were burning hot, and she noticed that his skin felt cold and clammy despite the warm October weather. His pupils were dilated to the point where his eyes appeared almost completely black, and when he tried to speak, his voice came out as a hoarse whisper that didn't sound like him at all. Jacob called in sick to work that morning, the first time he'd used a sick day in over 2 years. When Dr. Walsh tried to reach him by phone around noon to discuss the unusual blood test results, Jacob's responses were confused and disjointed. He seemed unable to concentrate on her questions, repeatedly asking what time it was and complaining about being incredibly thirsty despite having consumed nearly 2 gallons of water since waking up. Most concerning was his insistence that he needed to return to the facility immediately, not to resume work, but because he said something there was calling to him, and he couldn't ignore it much longer. That afternoon, Maria contacted the facility's medical department after Jacob's condition deteriorated rapidly. She reported that he had developed a high fever, reaching 104 degrees Fahrenheit, but his skin remained cold to the touch. He was experiencing severe photosensitivity, to the point where even the dim light from their television caused him to cry out in pain and seek shelter in the apartment's darkest corners. Most alarming was his behavior when she tried to prepare food for him, displaying an almost violent revulsion to anything solid and repeatedly asking for something red that he couldn't identify or explain. Dr. Rebecca Martinez, the facility's chief medical officer, arrived at Jacob's apartment at 4:15 p.m. with a full medical team and portable diagnostic equipment. Her preliminary examination revealed physiological changes that defied medical explanation. Jacob's body temperature had dropped to 91 degrees Fahrenheit despite the earlier fever. His heart rate had slowed to 38 beats per minute, and his blood pressure had fallen to levels that should have resulted in unconsciousness or death. Most disturbing was the change in his blood chemistry, which showed a dramatic decrease in red blood cell count and the presence of unknown microorganisms that appeared to be replacing normal cellular functions. The The decision was made to transport Jacob back to Facility 7 for intensive medical care and observation. During the ambulance ride, which took approximately 45 minutes, Jacob's condition continued to deteriorate in ways that the medical team had never encountered. His breathing became increasingly shallow and irregular. His skin took on a grayish pallor that made him look like he'd been dead for hours, and he began speaking in a language that none of the medical staff could identify. The words sounded vaguely Latin, but with pronunciation and inflection that suggested something much older and more primitive. Upon arrival at the facility, Jacob was immediately isolated in the medical wing's containment unit, a specialized room designed for handling potentially infectious patients. The room was equipped with negative air pressure, filtered ventilation, and reinforced security measures that could contain even the most dangerous biological hazards. Dr. Martinez and her team worked throughout the night, running every test available and consulting with infectious disease specialists from Bucharest and Vienna, but nothing in their medical training had prepared them for what they were observing. The blood work revealed that the parasitic organisms first detected in Jacob's laboratory accident sample had multiplied exponentially throughout his circulatory system. These creatures, which Dr. Martinez described as unlike anything in known parasitology, appeared to be systematically replacing Jacob's normal blood cells while somehow maintaining basic biological functions. More disturbing was evidence that the organisms were affecting his nervous system, particularly the areas of the brain responsible for aggression, hunger, and sensory processing. Brain scans showed unusual activity in the hypothalamus and brain stem, regions associated with predatory behavior in lower animals. By the evening of October 3rd, Jacob had stopped responding to verbal communication entirely, though he remained conscious and seemed to be listening to sounds that nobody else could hear. His eyes, now completely black due to permanent pupil dilation, tracked movement throughout the room with predatory focus. When medical staff approached his bed, he would tense up like an animal preparing to strike, and they noticed that his fingernails had grown longer and harder, almost resembling claws. Most unsettling was his apparent fixation on the medical team's exposed skin, particularly areas where major blood vessels were visible, such as the neck and wrists. Dr. Martinez's final report, filed at 10:47 p.m. on October 3rd, recommended immediate transfer to a specialized infectious disease facility with maximum security protocols. She noted that Jacob's condition appeared to be stabilizing, but not in any way that suggested recovery or improvement. Instead, he seemed to be transitioning into something else entirely, something that retained human intelligence and awareness, but had fundamentally different biological needs and behaviors. Her recommendation was that Jacob be treated as a potential biological weapon rather than a patient, and that all personnel who had come into contact with him should be quarantined and monitored for signs of infection. That report was never filed with the appropriate authorities because Jacob Nemeth died at 11:23 p.m. on October 3rd, just 36 minutes after Dr. Martinez completed her final assessment. The cause of death was listed as acute systemic failure brought on by parasitic infection, though the medical team noted that his final moments were unlike anything they had witnessed in their combined decades of medical practice. Jacob's body simply stopped functioning, as if someone had turned off a switch, but his eyes remained open and aware until the very end, staring at something beyond the ceiling that only he could see. The facility's standard protocol for handling potentially infectious deceased patients required immediate transfer to a specialized morgue with enhanced containment measures. Jacob's body was placed in a sealed refrigeration unit designed to prevent any possible contamination, and arrangements were made for transport to a pathology facility in Bucharest where experts in infectious diseases could conduct a complete post-mortem examination. The medical team believed they had successfully contained whatever had killed Jacob, and there was even discussion about the potential for developing new treatments based on their observations of the parasitic organisms. They had no way of knowing that Jacob's death was not an ending, but a metamorphosis. At 11:47 p.m., 24 minutes after he had been officially pronounced dead, the motion sensors in the facility morgue detected movement in the sealed containment area. Security footage shows the morgue door opening from the inside, though no personnel were authorized to be in that section during the night shift. When the morning staff arrived, they found Jacob's refrigeration unit standing open, the body missing, and evidence of what appeared to be a violent struggle in the surrounding corridors. The scratches in the metal walls were deep enough to suggest inhuman strength, and the blood trails led not toward the exits, but deeper into the facility's laboratory complex. Most disturbing were the security camera recordings from the hours following Jacob's disappearance, showing glimpses of a pale figure moving through the corridors with speed and agility that defied human limitations. The thing that had once been Jacob Nemeth was hunting through Facility 7, and it was no longer alone. By dawn on October 4th, 3 more staff members had vanished, and the facility's emergency protocols had been activated for the first and final time. This is Henry Scott, still broadcasting from my concrete shelter in the mountains, and I'm going to tell you something that will chill you to the bone. The classified medical reports I've obtained contain detailed descriptions of the parasitic organisms found in Jacob's blood, including electron microscope images that show these creatures in horrifying detail. They're not just parasites, they're biological machines designed to transform human beings into something else entirely. Something that can survive death, something that hungers for blood, and something that retains enough human intelligence to hunt with terrifying efficiency. Jacob Nemeth wasn't the first victim of this ancient plague. He was the first soldier in an army that had been waiting 8 centuries to wake up and reclaim the world. This is Henry Scott, broadcasting from Emergency Station Alpha 7 in the Carpathian Mountains. The date is October 23rd, 2024, and I'm beginning my 14th day in this underground bunker that's become both my sanctuary and my prison. The generator's fuel gauge is showing less than 1/4 remaining, and I've calculated that I have maybe 4 more days of power before everything goes dark. The irony isn't lost on me that I might end up trapped in the same kind of silence that consumed Facility 7, but I need to keep transmitting as long as possible. Someone needs to hear this story. Someone needs to understand what really happened during those final 18 hours when everything fell apart. I've been going through my mother's personal research files, documents she somehow managed to upload to a secure server just hours before the facility went silent. These aren't the sanitized reports that would have gone to government oversight committees, but her raw observations, her growing terror, and her desperate attempts to understand what she had helped unleash. Reading her words feels like listening to a voice from beyond the grave, because I'm no longer certain that anyone who was inside Facility 7 during those final hours survived in any form that could still be called human. The transformation of Jacob Nemeth from corpse to predator was just the beginning of a cascade of horror that consumed the entire facility in less than 24 hours. My mother's timestamp logs show that the first additional disappearance occurred at 12:53 a.m. on October 4th, approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes after Jacob's body vanished from the morgue. Dr. Angela Thornfield, a biochemist working the night shift in Laboratory C, failed to respond to routine check-in protocols. Security footage from the corridor outside her lab shows a brief struggle, lasting no more than 15 seconds before the camera feed cuts to static. When the morning security team investigated Dr. Thornfield's laboratory, they found signs of what appeared to be a violent attack. Her chair was overturned, laboratory equipment was scattered across the floor, and there were dark stains on the workbench that later tested positive for human blood. Most disturbing was the condition of her research materials, specifically the blood samples she had been analyzing from Jacob's initial infection. The refrigerated storage units had been torn open from the inside, and every sample vial had been drained completely dry, as if something had consumed their contents with desperate hunger. Dr. Thornfield's body was discovered at 6:15 a.m. in a maintenance tunnel beneath the facility, but the medical examination revealed changes that defied explanation. Like Jacob, she appeared to have died from systemic failure, but her body showed none of the decomposition that should have occurred during the 6 hours since her disappearance. Her skin had taken on the same grayish pallor, her fingernails had grown longer and harder, and her eyes remained open with pupils dilated to complete blackness. Most unsettling was the apparent smile frozen on her face, an expression of satisfaction or hunger that suggested she had died while experiencing something pleasurable. Facility's Chief of Security, Colonel James Morrison, immediately implemented code red protocols, sealing all exits and placing the entire complex under quarantine. His emergency report to military headquarters requested immediate evacuation and sterilization procedures, but the response from his superiors was to maintain containment and continue observation. The government wanted to understand what they were dealing with before they decided whether to eliminate it or weaponize it. That decision, driven by scientific curiosity and military ambition, doomed everyone inside those concrete walls. By noon on October 4th, 2 more staff members had vanished under similar circumstances. Dr. Benjamin Carlson from the pathology department and Lieutenant Sandra Phillips from the security team both disappeared during routine activities, leaving behind evidence of brief struggles and completely drained blood storage containers. The pattern was becoming clear to my mother and the other surviving researchers, though the facility administration refused to acknowledge what they were witnessing. The dead were not staying dead, and they were systematically hunting down the living with an intelligence and coordination that suggested they retained human memories and reasoning abilities. My mother's notes from that afternoon describe her growing realization that the parasitic organisms were not just transforming individual hosts, but were somehow connected to each other through means that conventional science couldn't explain. Security footage showed the infected moving through the facility with purpose, as if they were following some kind of shared plan, or responding to signals that only they could perceive. When one of them encountered a potential victim, others would appear within minutes, suggesting a level of communication and cooperation that made them far more dangerous than isolated predators. The most chilling discovery came when Dr. Martinez attempted to perform an autopsy on Dr. Thornfield's body at 2:30 p.m. The moment she made the first incision, Dr. Thornfield's eyes snapped open and her hand grabbed Dr. Martinez's wrist with crushing force. The supposedly dead woman sat up on the examination table and spoke in a voice that was recognizably her own, but carried an undertone of something alien and predatory. She said, "Rebecca, you shouldn't have done that. Now we have to add you to the family." The security recording of that encounter shows Dr. Martinez screaming for help while Dr. Thornfield's teeth, which had somehow become sharp and pointed, found her throat. The infection spread through the facility's population with horrifying efficiency because the transformed victims retained enough of their human appearance and behavior to move freely among the staff before revealing their true nature. Dr. Thornfield, now something far more dangerous than the woman who had worked in Laboratory C for 5 years, used her security clearance and knowledge of facility procedures to access restricted areas and approach colleagues who had no reason to suspect her intentions. The trust and familiarity that bound the research team together became weapons in the hands of creatures that understood human psychology better than any normal predator ever could. By 6 p.m. on October 4th, more than half of the facility's 68-person staff had either disappeared or been found in the same state of apparent death, followed by resurrection. The surviving personnel, including my mother, had barricaded themselves in the most secure areas of the complex, but the infected were systematically breaking through their defenses, using not just inhuman strength, but intimate knowledge of the facility's layout, security systems, and emergency protocols. They cut power to certain sections, disabled communication equipment, and sabotaged the ventilation systems with the precision of trained saboteurs. Colonel Morrison's final security report, transmitted at 7:42 p.m., described a complete breakdown of containment and requested immediate military intervention. He reported that the infected displayed coordinated tactical behavior and seemed to be led by Jakob Nimeth, who had somehow retained his technical knowledge and was using it to help the others access secured areas. Most disturbing was Morrison's observation that the creatures were not randomly attacking staff members, but appeared to be selecting specific individuals based on their expertise and security clearances, as if they were building a more capable version of the research team. The last coordinated attempt at escape occurred at 9:15 p.m., when the 12 remaining uninfected staff members tried to reach the facility's emergency exit using a route that should have been secure. My mother's personal account of that attempt describes moving through darkened corridors while being stalked by colleagues and friends who had been transformed into something that retained their human faces, but moved with predatory grace. The infected didn't attack immediately, but followed the group at a distance, herding them away from potential exits and toward areas where escape would be impossible. Dr. Elena Scott, my mother, was separated from the group when a section of the facility's lighting system failed, plunging them into complete darkness. In her written account, she describes hearing familiar voices calling her name from the shadows, colleagues asking for help or claiming to have found a way out. But she could tell from the way they moved, from the sound of their breathing, that these were no longer the people she had worked with for years. She found refuge in a maintenance closet and remained hidden for hours while things that had once been human searched for her with patient determination. The facility's central computer system shows the last human access logged at 11:27 p.m. on October 4th, when my mother used her security credentials to upload her research files to an external server. Her final notes describe a facility completely overrun by the infected, with every hiding place compromised and every escape route blocked. She writes about hearing them in the ventilation system, their voices echoing through the ducts as they coordinated their search. Most terrifying was her realization that they weren't trying to kill the remaining survivors, but were actively working to corner and capture them for some purpose she couldn't understand. The timestamps on the facility's internal monitoring systems show systematic destruction of equipment and records beginning at midnight on October 5th. The infected were not just eliminating evidence of what had happened, but were methodically destroying anything that might help outsiders understand or counter their condition. They disabled the emergency communication arrays, corrupted computer databases, and even destroyed physical documents with a thoroughness that suggested they understood the importance of preventing their secrets from reaching the outside world. My mother's final transmission came at 3:47 a.m. on October 5th, broadcast on an emergency frequency that she had somehow managed to access despite the facility's communication blackout. Her voice was barely recognizable, distorted by exhaustion and terror, but her words were clear enough to understand. She said, "Henry, if you're listening to this, they're not dead. They're changing. The Bartholomew Protocol, it's real. Find the monastery records, find Brother Bartholomew's research. The answer is in the salt, in the iron, in the old ways. They're coming for me now, but I've hidden something for you. Station 7, frequency 9.2. Remember the place where we used to watch the stars?" The transmission ended with sounds that still haunt my sleep. Voices I recognized calling my mother's name in tones that mixed affection with hunger. Then came her scream, cut short by static, followed by silence that has lasted for 19 days. The military sealed Facility 7 with concrete and steel within hours of that final broadcast, but not before automated sensors detected movement throughout the complex. Whatever happened to my mother and the other staff members, whatever they became during those final hours, they're still down there beneath tons of concrete, waiting in the darkness. But here's what terrifies me most about my mother's final message. What keeps me awake despite my exhaustion and fear. She mentioned the Bartholomew Protocol as if it were something real, something documented, not just a random reference to medieval superstition. I've been searching through every database I can access from this bunker, looking for any mention of Brother Bartholomew or protocols related to parasitic infections. And what I've found suggests that this nightmare began long before that archaeological team opened the crypt in Baltani. Someone, somewhere, has been preparing for this outbreak for centuries. This is Henry Scott, broadcasting from the darkness of the Carpathian Mountains, and I need you to understand that Facility 7 was not the end of this horror, but the beginning. The infected are no longer contained behind concrete walls, and they're spreading through Eastern Europe with the same methodical intelligence they used to destroy the research facility. They remember who they used to be, they retain their human knowledge and skills, and they're building something that will make their escape from that underground tomb look like a minor setback in a much larger plan. This is Henry Scott, broadcasting from Emergency Station Alpha 7, deep in the Carpathian Mountains of Romania. The date is October 27th, 2024, and I'm now 18 days into what I've begun to think of as the last normal conversation anyone will ever have. The generator is running on fumes and prayer at this point, with maybe 2 days of fuel remaining. But I need to tell you about what's been happening across Eastern Europe while I've been hiding in this concrete tomb. The infection didn't stay buried beneath tons of concrete and government lies. It got out, and it's spreading with a methodical intelligence that makes me question whether we're dealing with a plague or an invasion. I've been monitoring emergency frequencies across Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic, and the pattern is always the same, terrifyingly predictable in its efficiency. First comes the isolated incident, usually reported as a violent crime or animal attack in a rural area. Then hospital reports of victims suffering from severe anemia and blood loss, despite wounds that shouldn't have been fatal. Within 48 hours, local authorities implement emergency protocols for what they describe as a viral outbreak or contaminated water supply. By the fourth day, martial law is declared and all communication from the affected area ceases entirely. It's as if entire towns are being systematically erased from the map, one by one, in a spreading circle of silence that grows larger each day. The first town to fall after Facility 7 was Brasov, the same city where Jakob Nimeth had lived with his girlfriend Maria. It started on October 8th, just 3 days after the facility went dark, with what local police initially reported as a home invasion gone wrong. A family of 4 was found dead in their apartment, drained of blood but showing minimal external trauma. The victims appeared to have died peacefully in their sleep, if not for the fact that their bodies were completely exsanguinated and their skin had taken on the same grayish pallor I'd seen described in the facility reports. The local coroner, Dr. Florin Aldescu, noted unusual bite marks on the victims' necks and wrists, but attributed them to animal predation after death. What Dr. Aldescu didn't know, and what I've pieced together from intercepted police communications, is that Maria Popescu had been missing from her apartment for 5 days when those first bodies were discovered. Her neighbors reported seeing her returning home on October 6th, 2 days after Jacob's transformation, but described her behavior as strange and withdrawn. She avoided daylight, kept her curtains drawn constantly, and could be heard moving around her apartment at all hours of the night. When concerned friends tried to check on her, she would speak to them through the door, but refused to let anyone inside, claiming she was feeling unwell and didn't want to spread her illness. The connection between Maria and the infected victims became clear when surveillance footage from the apartment building was finally analyzed 3 days after the initial discovery. The recordings showed Maria leaving her apartment each night between 2 and 4 a.m., moving through the corridors with unusual grace and purpose. She would return before dawn, often with dark stains on her clothing that the investigating officers initially assumed were from working a night shift job. But when they traced her movements through the building's security system, they discovered that she had been systematically visiting other apartments, using her knowledge of the building's layout and her relationships with neighbors to gain access to their homes. Dr. Aldescu's revised autopsy reports, filed just hours before Brasov went under quarantine, revealed that the bite marks on the victims were distinctly human, but showed characteristics that defied medical explanation. The teeth marks were deeper and more precisely placed than any normal human bite, targeting major arteries with surgical accuracy. Most disturbing was evidence that the victims had been fed upon multiple times over several days, suggesting that their attacker had been keeping them alive to harvest their blood gradually, rather than killing them outright. This methodical approach to predation indicated a level of planning and restraint that transformed the attacks from crimes of passion into something resembling livestock management. By October 10th, Brasov's hospital was reporting 17 cases of severe anemia among bite victims who had survived their initial encounters. Dr. Anka Radu, the head of emergency medicine, noted that these patients shared common symptoms including extreme photosensitivity, elevated body temperature fluctuations, and an unusual craving for rare meat and blood-based foods. More concerning was their behavioral changes, particularly increased aggression and a tendency to group together in the hospital's darkest rooms. Dr. Radu's final report, transmitted just before the city's communication blackout, described patients who appeared to be coordinating their actions and demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have possessed about hospital procedures and security protocols. The last official transmission from Brasov came from Mayor Constantin Dumitrescu at 11:43 p.m. on October 11th. His emergency broadcast to regional authorities described the complete breakdown of municipal services and requested immediate military intervention. He reported that approximately 30% of the city's population had either disappeared or was exhibiting symptoms consistent with the mysterious blood disorder. Most alarming was his observation that the affected individuals seemed to be organizing themselves into groups and taking control of key infrastructure, including the power grid, water treatment facility, and communication networks. Mayor Dumitrescu's final words were, "They're not acting like sick people. They're acting like an occupying force." The military military response to Brasov followed the same pattern that had been used to contain Facility 7. Rather than sending medical teams or evacuation units, the Romanian armed forces established a perimeter 20 miles outside the city and declared the entire area a biological hazard zone. Any civilians attempting to leave Brasov were detained for quarantine observation. But according to leaked military reports, most of these refugees showed signs of infection within 72 hours of their capture. The few who remained uninfected provided consistent accounts of a city where the normal social order had collapsed and been replaced by something that resembled a hive mind more than human society. From Brasov, the infection spread along major transportation routes with devastating efficiency. The next cities to fall were Ploiesti, Pitești, and Târgoviște, each following the same 4-day progression from isolated incidents to complete communication blackout. What made this spread particularly terrifying was the evidence that the infected were using their retained human knowledge to facilitate the plague's expansion. Infected truck drivers transported contaminated materials along highway corridors. Infected railway workers modified train schedules to carry victims to new population centers, and infected government officials used their administrative access to delay emergency responses and cover up early warning signs. By October 15th, the infection had crossed international borders into Hungary and Slovakia. The first confirmed case in Budapest was Dr. Pavel Kovac, an epidemiologist who had been consulting with Romanian authorities about the Brasov outbreak. Dr. Kovac had returned from a fact-finding mission to the quarantine zone on October 13th, reporting no direct contact with infected individuals and showing no symptoms of illness. 3 days later, his colleagues at the National Institute of Public Health found him in his laboratory, apparently dead from the same systemic failure that had claimed Jakob Nemeth and the other facility victims. Unlike the Romanian cases, however, Dr. Kovac's transformation was documented by security cameras throughout the Institute. The footage of Dr. Kovac's resurrection, which I obtained through channels I still can't fully explain, shows the moment of transition from death to something else entirely. At exactly 24 minutes after his recorded time of death, his body simply sat up on the examination table as if waking from sleep. His movements were fluid and purposeful, showing none of the disorientation or confusion that might be expected from someone returning from clinical death. Most unsettling was his immediate behavior, which involved systematically destroying his research notes and contaminating blood samples throughout the laboratory with what appeared to be his own infected blood. Dr. Kovac's actions during his first hours as an infected individual revealed the true scope of the threat facing Eastern Europe. Rather than attacking random victims or feeding indiscriminately, he used his security clearance and professional relationships to access the Institute's database of regional blood banks, organ donation facilities, and hospital networks. Within 6 hours of his transformation, contaminated blood products were being distributed throughout Budapest's medical system, ensuring that the infection would spread through the most vulnerable populations first. The infected weren't just hunting for food, they were systematically dismantling the infrastructure that could be used to fight them. The pattern repeated itself in Prague, Bratislava, and Vienna, with infected individuals using their professional expertise to maximize the spread of the plague while minimizing early detection. Infected doctors modified blood screening protocols to hide the presence of the parasitic organisms. Infected government officials delayed quarantine procedures and emergency declarations, and infected media personnel suppressed news reports that might have warned potential victims. The coordination between infected individuals across multiple countries suggested a level of communication that transcended normal human limitations, as if they were all part of a single distributed intelligence working toward a common goal. But perhaps the most chilling discovery came from intercepted communications between various European intelligence agencies, documents that somehow found their way to my secure communication channels. These reports describe infected individuals who retain detailed memories of their human lives, including classified information, state secrets, and personal relationships that they were using to infiltrate and corrupt government responses to the outbreak. An infected parliamentary member in Slovakia was found to have been voting on emergency legislation while secretly coordinating with infected counterparts in neighboring countries to ensure that containment efforts would fail at critical moments. The infected weren't just spreading randomly through the population. They were deliberately targeting individuals whose knowledge and positions would be most useful for expanding their influence. Scientists, government officials, military personnel, and medical professionals were being systematically converted, creating a shadow network of infected individuals who retained their human expertise while serving the agenda of whatever intelligence was controlling the outbreak. Each newly infected person brought their skills, their access codes, their relationships, and their secrets into the collective, making the entire plague more dangerous and more capable with each passing day. I received a transmission 3 nights ago that has haunted every moment since. It came on my mother's old emergency frequency, the same one she had mentioned in her final broadcast from Facility 7. The voice was familiar but wrong, distorted in ways that had nothing to do with radio interference or distance. It was Dr. Pavel Kovac, or what had once been Dr. Pavel Kovac, speaking in perfect English, despite the fact that his personnel files indicated he spoke only Hungarian and Romanian. He said, "Henry Scott, we know you're listening. We know what your mother told you about the Bartholomew Protocol and the monastery records. We've been waiting for someone like you, someone with the bloodline, someone who can help us complete what was started 8 centuries ago." The transmission continued for nearly 10 minutes, with the thing that had been Dr. Kovac describing details about my childhood, my relationship with my mother, and my current location that should have been impossible for him to know. He spoke about the infection not as a plague or a curse, but as an evolution, a return to something that humanity had lost when it abandoned the old ways and embraced the weakness of modern civilization. Most terrifying was his offer, delivered in tones that mixed seduction with threat, inviting me to join them willingly, rather than wait to be hunted down and converted by force. This is Henry Scott, and this may be my final transmission from Emergency Station Alpha 7. The date is October 31st, 2024, and I'm broadcasting on backup power after the main generator finally died 6 hours ago. I have perhaps 12 hours of battery life remaining before this bunker becomes as silent as the rest of Eastern Europe. I need to tell you about the Bartholomew manuscripts, about the parasitic organism that's been dormant for 8 centuries, and about the biological horror that's transforming our loved ones into something that hungers for human blood. I left the bunker 3 days ago, abandoning the only safety I'd known for weeks, because staying meant slow death by starvation and isolation. The coordinates led me through mountain passes that no modern map showed, along paths that seemed carved by medieval pilgrims rather than contemporary travelers. The journey took me deeper into the Carpathian wilderness than I'd ever imagined possible, to ruins so ancient and forgotten that even the local shepherds spoke of them only in whispers and crossed themselves when they accidentally mentioned their location. The hidden monastery was built into the living rock of the mountain itself, its stones so weathered by centuries of wind and rain that they seemed to have grown from the earth rather than been placed by human hands. Unlike the tourist-friendly medieval sites scattered throughout Romania, this place radiated an aura of deliberate concealment, as if its builders had intended for it to remain lost to the world until someone desperate enough would eventually find it. The architecture was purely medieval Christian, but the craftsmanship suggested builders who understood the importance of creating structures that could last through multiple catastrophes. The entrance was sealed behind iron gates that bore symbols I recognized from my mother's research notes, the same markings that had been carved into the crypt where the original infected corpse had been discovered. But these gates weren't locked, and when I pushed them open, they moved silently on hinges that had been recently maintained despite the monastery's apparent abandonment. The air that flowed from the monastery's interior carried scents of salt and metal and preservatives, as if someone had been using this place as a storage facility for materials that needed to remain stable across centuries. The chambers beneath the monastery altar were accessible through a spiral staircase carved directly into the stone, descending so far into the mountain that I lost count of the steps after reaching 300. The walls were lined with niches containing what appeared to be medical supplies and preservation materials, items that belonged to a sophisticated understanding of biochemistry disguised as religious ritual. There were iron implements designed for precise surgical procedures, silver containers holding various chemical compounds, and vials containing crystalline salts that had been treated with herbs and minerals to create natural antibiotics and preservatives. The Bartholomew manuscripts were waiting for me in a chamber sealed behind iron and silver, exactly as Dr. Kovac had promised, arranged on a stone table as if they had been prepared for my arrival. The documents were written on parchment that had been treated with chemical preservatives to prevent decay, maintained in conditions that would keep them readable for centuries. Brother Bartholomew's handwriting was clear and precise, the work of a scholar who understood both medicine and biology far ahead of his time, someone who had spent years studying a parasitic organism that defied medieval understanding of disease and infection. Brother Bartholomew wasn't just a monk, according to his own writings. He was a physician and natural philosopher who had been studying what he called the bloodworm plague for over 30 years before the great outbreak of 1547. His manuscripts described the parasitic organism in terms that would be recognizable to any modern parasitologist, detailing its life cycle, its method of transmission, and its effects on human physiology with scientific precision that was centuries ahead of his time. The monastery had served as a research facility where he and other scholar physicians studied infected individuals and developed methods for containing and potentially curing the parasitic infection. The parasites, according to Bartholomew's research, were not supernatural entities but biological organisms that had evolved to form symbiotic relationships with human hosts. These creatures could remain dormant for centuries in the right conditions, but when introduced into a living human bloodstream, they would multiply rapidly and begin altering the host's metabolism, nervous system, and blood chemistry. The infected individuals retained their human memories and intelligence, but their biological needs changed dramatically, requiring regular consumption of fresh human blood to maintain the parasitic colony living within their circulatory system. The original vampire, the creature found in the Balteni monastery crypt, had been identified by Bartholomew as Valerian Dragos, a nobleman and amateur physician who had become infected during an outbreak in the 11th century. Dragos had survived his infection longer than most hosts, allowing the parasites within his body to reach full maturity and reproductive capacity. Rather than dying from the metabolic changes, he had learned to manage his condition through careful feeding and had begun deliberately infecting others to create a sustainable population of hosts that could support his own parasitic colony's need for genetic diversity. The restraint methods used on Dragos were not torture, as the archaeological team had assumed, but a medical containment system designed to keep him alive while preventing him from feeding or infecting others. The iron rods had been driven through specific nerve centers to paralyze the body while leaving the brain and essential organs functional, and the salt lining had been treated with herbs and minerals that suppressed the parasite's reproductive cycle. The religious scriptures wrapped around the body contained detailed medical notes disguised as prayers, documenting the precise chemical formulas needed to maintain the preservation process indefinitely. Brother Bartholomew's final entries, written during the Black Death outbreak of 1347, revealed that the plague ravaging Europe was not a natural disease, but the result of Dragos's infected followers attempting to free their master from his salt-lined prison. These infected individuals had retained enough human intelligence and social skills to infiltrate monasteries and government institutions, using their positions to locate and eliminate the physician monks who understood how to treat the parasitic infection. By the time Bartholomew realized what was happening, most of his colleagues were dead, and the infection was spreading too rapidly to contain using medieval medical techniques. The most disturbing discovery in the manuscripts was Bartholomew's documentation of how the parasites affected human behavior and decision-making. The infected didn't become mindless monsters, but their priorities and moral framework became entirely focused on ensuring the survival and spread of their parasitic passengers. They retained human empathy and emotional connections, but only toward other infected individuals, viewing uninfected humans as either potential hosts or sources of nourishment. This created infected individuals who could maintain relationships and social roles, while systematically working to expand the parasitic population. But Bartholomew had also discovered something that offered hope for treatment and prevention. The parasites showed sensitivity to specific chemical compounds found in certain plants and minerals, substances that could be used to create both protective treatments for uninfected individuals and potentially curative remedies for newly infected hosts. More importantly, he had documented cases of individuals who showed natural resistance to infection, people whose blood chemistry was incompatible with the parasite's reproductive cycle. These individuals seemed to carry genetic traits that could be passed down through bloodlines, creating families with inherited protection against the parasitic infection. As I read these words, I understood why my mother had been so interested in my medical history, and why she had always insisted on treating even minor injuries herself, rather than taking me to doctors. The scar on my left palm, which I had carried since childhood, was not from an accident, but from a test she had performed to determine if I carried the genetic resistance that Bartholomew had documented. My blood chemistry was apparently incompatible with the parasites, making me immune to infection, but also making my blood potentially toxic to infected individuals who consumed it. The final manuscript contained detailed instructions for what Bartholomew called the Great Purification, a chemical treatment that could be introduced into water supplies or food sources to eliminate parasitic infections across large populations. The procedure required specific materials that had been hidden in various monastery locations throughout Europe, along with someone who understood both the chemical processes involved and the biological life cycle of the parasites. Bartholomew had prepared these materials and documented the process, but had died before he could implement the treatment during the medieval outbreak. That's when I heard them coming down the stone stairs, their footsteps echoing through chambers that had been silent for centuries. Multiple sets of feet, moving with careful coordination but maintaining the rhythm and gait of normal human beings. I gathered the manuscripts and retreated deeper into the chamber, but there was nowhere to go. No escape route that would allow me to outrun people who knew this mountain better than I did and had probably been watching my approach for hours. The first figure to enter the chamber was exactly who I expected to see, though part of me had hoped against hope that it wouldn't be her. My mother, Dr. Elena Scott, stood in the doorway looking exactly as she had during our last conversation 2 years ago, except for the pale skin and dilated pupils that marked her as infected. Behind her came others I recognized from the facility photographs: Dr. Angela Thornfield, Dr. Benjamin Carlson, Jacob Nimeth, and several other staff members who had supposedly died during the outbreak, but had instead been transformed into hosts for ancient parasites that demanded human blood for survival. My mother spoke first, and her voice was exactly as I remembered it from childhood, warm and caring, but tinged with an urgency that I now understood came from biological needs that transcended human emotion. She said, "Henry, I'm so sorry you had to learn the truth this way. I tried to protect you, tried to keep you away from all of this, but you're the only one who can help us now. You have Brother Bartholomew's research, and you have the genetic resistance that makes your blood incompatible with our condition. We need you to help us find a way to manage this infection without destroying what we've become." The infected had not come to kill me or forcibly convert me, but to ask for my help in solving a biological problem that was killing them as surely as it was transforming them. They explained that the parasitic infection was not sustainable in its current form, that infected individuals were slowly dying as the parasites consumed their host's resources faster than human metabolism could replenish them. Without finding a way to stabilize the symbiotic relationship, every infected person would be dead within months, but not before infecting enough new hosts to ensure the parasite's survival through the next cycle of dormancy and reactivation. But as my mother extended her hand toward me, I saw the truth behind her words reflected in the desperate hunger in her eyes and the eyes of the infected gathered around her. They were not offering cooperation or scientific collaboration, but asking me to help them create a sustainable system for farming human blood from uninfected populations. They wanted to use Bartholomew's research not to cure the infection, but to perfect it, creating a world where infected individuals could maintain their enhanced physical capabilities while treating uninfected humans as livestock rather than equals. The radio equipment I had brought with me crackled to life, picking up signals from across Eastern Europe, as various emergency broadcast stations reported the same pattern of systematic infrastructure collapse and population disappearance. The infected were not working together through supernatural means, but were simply following the same biological imperatives and using their retained human intelligence to maximize their chances of survival. They were taking control of major population centers, not through coordinated planning, but because cities provided the largest concentrations of potential food sources and new hosts. As I looked at my mother's face, seeing both the woman who had raised me and the biological desperation that now drove her every decision, I realized that my choice would determine not just my own fate, but whether the parasitic infection would become a permanent part of human evolution or would burn itself out through its own biological limitations. I could help them create their sustainable feeding system and doom humanity to a future as cattle, or I could attempt to implement Bartholomew's great purification and destroy everyone I had ever loved, along with the parasites that were consuming them from within. This is Henry Scott, broadcasting from the depths of an ancient monastery where the fate of our species hangs in the balance. The infected are not monsters or supernatural entities. They are our loved ones transformed by parasites that are slowly killing them while demanding they kill others to survive. They retain their human intelligence and emotions, but those feelings are now subordinated to biological needs that make them see uninfected humans as resources rather than people. Brother Bartholomew's research offers a solution, but implementing it would mean choosing between saving humanity and saving everyone I care about who has already been infected. The signal is failing, the battery power is nearly exhausted, but if anyone is still listening, if anyone still remembers what it means to be human, then know that sometimes the most terrible choices are the ones between two different kinds of love.